Thank you. Hope you feel better.
Thank you. Ruth, you're live.
Uh, uh,
Hi, everybody. From Toronto, it's Sarah Jillian over here, Toronto.
well, hello everyone, and welcome to our day 5
Hello.
in our May HerStory Online Summit. Ladies, thank you for joining us today, and I want to welcome you on behalf of our founder, Gertrude Mache, who is somewhere in the background, still not well, and we're still praying that she gets well soon. So, ladies, please introduce yourselves and where you are, and welcome to day 5.
Hi,
Okay.
I am Terry Weems from the state of Indiana in the United States of America.
Welcome, Terry. Thank you. Bara?
Hi, I am Barra Mann, and I am in the U.S. as well on Tongva Land in Southern California, Hermosa Beach.
Welcome. Thank you for joining us today. And Sarah?
Hi, I'm Sarah Jillian, and I'm in Toronto, Canada.
Welcome, ladies. We are from all over.
Hello.
I'm in Africa, Zimbabwe, in Harare, and we know that we are being watched from different parts of the world. So we want to welcome everyone to our day 5 of this summit. And our chairperson for the day is Terry. I seem to have lost Terry. I think she's having technical challenges there.
Yeah.
Yes, but I would like to I welcome you, Bara. Bara, you'll be our first speaker for the day. And I'm trying to see if I have your bio. So if not, I'll just give you the stage and you can introduce yourself and tell us more about yourself and then tell us your story. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Well, my name is Barra. Um, I think my main goal in life is to help everyone feel a sense of belonging and inclusion. That's, I think, one of the most important things to me. I think that connection, belonging is as good as it gets. I love that feeling and I want everyone to have it. And that's kind of been a priority of mine my whole life, I think, even though it's usually been kind of something I've done in the background, helping to make sure all the kids felt included when I was young and carrying that into my adult life. Um, Recently, in 2020, I left my engineering job to start pursuing that full time and starting up my own business with a focus on connection. So it's connection coaching is what I'm calling the main work that I'm doing. But I'm an intuitive life coach and an energy healer, and I focus on helping people feel connected to themselves, to other people, overcome social anxiety, and really experience that sense of belonging that I love so much. Should I go right into how I got here, or
Yes,
just feel
tell us your
comfortable?
story. How did you get there?
Okay, great.
What is
Will
your
do.
mission and your vision in life?
Okay, thank you. Um, how I got here, I was born in the US. I was 2 years old. My family moved to Indonesia, and we lived in a really small expat community. There were only 26 kids in the entire school from pre-kindergarten to 8th grade. And so belonging was really, really important, or fitting in was really, really important, because if one kid didn't like you, that would likely mean that you had absolutely no friends. So I loved living there. It was an absolute blast. we had a great time and didn't have a lot of the distractions that they have in the US these days. Like, we didn't have a whole lot on TV or tons of different toys and things like that. So we really just got to experience being with other people and connecting in that way, which was great. But I think that importance of belonging kind of stayed with me. I didn't realize it quite so much. We moved 10 years later back to the US when I was in 7th grade. And, I definitely felt like the weird kid in my middle school, coming from Indonesia, and people not really being able to understand what it was like to have different experiences. I worked through that, and I still had fun and enjoyed myself in high school, but I was really focused on getting good grades so I could go away to college and start over. I did that in Colorado as a chemical engineer, and there I was having a really good time too. Colorado is an amazing place. It really fit my personality. I had a good group of good friends. And I don't think I ever realized anything was wrong until 2019, probably. So after college, I worked in Denver for a while. I went back to school in another part of Colorado. I moved to Louisiana for an engineering job in the energy industry, coincidentally. And then over to Houston with that job. And I was kind of picking up friends in all these places, enjoying life and having a good time. But when I started having some health stuff going on in 2019 and looking into what could be happening, I started seeking out energy work to see if that would help me. And the first energy healing session that I had in Costa Rica really opened up my eyes, not so much the healing that I received, but just some of the insights that I was given during that process. I was asked about this wall that I had up, and I don't think I ever knew that I had a wall up until that moment, and nothing felt so real as that. Of course, I wasn't fully, deeply connecting with people because I wasn't allowing them in. I always had this protective wall up, likely going back to that, needing to fit in. If people don't know me and I don't fit in, that's one thing. But if people really knew me, really got to experience me and who I am, but then they still didn't connect with me, well, that would mean there was something wrong with me. So I came to this realization that I'd been walking around with this energetic wall and I wasn't experiencing life fully. And I started seeking how to bring that down and change it. When I got back to Houston, I found a Reiki master there and I worked with him. And some of the questions he asked me, it was very similar. I remember him asking me why I thought that as someone in my 30s, I still hadn't found a partner that I could really connect with, which was something that I wanted, that I told him. And it was just so, so obvious that it was this wall. So that kind of became my mission to take it down. I became Reiki certified myself and was getting deeper into my meditation practices. This was really at the beginning of 2020 when I moved to California, right as the US was acknowledging COVID and we went into a lockdown. So I moved in with my parents, which was an interesting experience. Being in my 30s, something I never expected to live at home with them again. I was working a new engineering job remotely, and a lot of healing I started to need to do a lot of healing because it was tough to be in that family environment. A lot of stuff was being triggered. And fortunately, at the same time, I was getting deeper into meditation. I was learning from Tara Brach a lot and using her meditation and tools to help me get to the root of what was going on. And again, it was kind of funny to me. I started digging into this issue that I was having with my dad, where I felt angry every time I'd walk up the stairs to see him. And I thought that through one of her talks I listened to that it was blame. That's what was going on. I had this intense blame for him. So I dove deeper into some other of her meditation practices. She talks a lot about the rain technique. And I realized that underneath that blame was, again, this fear that I would never find a place in the world that I belonged. So it wasn't about him at all. It was, again, this sense of belonging. So I was continuing to kind of work at that with my meditation and therapy and things like that. Then I was granted a huge gift from the universe when my company was going through layoffs. I had the opportunity to volunteer to take one, which it seemed was very clear that that's what I needed to do, even though I didn't know what I wanted to do next. It was very clear to me that it was not working in the oil industry, and that I couldn't help people experience this sense of belonging. I couldn't help people find this mindfulness practice that changed my life if I was going to be working at something much less important, in my opinion, for 40 hours a week. So I took that layoff, and then I thought I was going on to a little career finding journey. Turns out I was on this whole big spiritual journey. One thing just kept leading to another, and it was kind of scary for part of the time because I hadn't really considered myself spiritual, and things were manifesting for me. Sometimes I questioned if they were even real or not. I'd ask for something and it would show up sometimes within minutes, and it was a little bit disturbing and very, very cool. That led me to training with a crystal healer, which I never thought I'd do, and never thought I'd practice it. I told her in our first call that I wasn't going to be buying crystals. I wasn't going to be practicing on other people. But when I did start practicing on other people and I started experiencing the benefits that they were getting, and getting clarity that this stuff that was coming to me was real, and incredibly beneficial for them, I started to go deeper into that. Started learning more healing practices kind of just by what the universe was bringing to me in conversation and things like that. And I got a lot deeper into my own healing. By this point, I'd already, experienced an incredible sense of belonging. I knew that I had that. And other people were coming to me for help with theirs. So I got to help them through that from a coaching perspective and a healing perspective. And that all led me to realizing I needed to start up my own business. Started working with a mentor on that, and it just kind of snowballed from there. It's hard to make it into a story because it's just all these things started coming to me so quickly. It was so aligned, and now here I am doing this work full time and just really loving life.
Very nice. Very nice. What a journey from one thing to the next. Quickly, quickly.
Thank
Very
you.
nice.
Yeah, it definitely felt that way.
Yeah.
That means you're having a lot of fun, Bara. You're
Oh, yeah.
liking what you're doing, correct?
Very, very correct. Yes.
Okay.
Wow. So how old are you now? You still in your 30s?
Yes. Yeah. I'm 34 now. So it's all been happening very, very fast.
Yeah. So in the last 4 years.
Yeah.
Wow.
Wow.
And how does it feel now? How do you feel? Do you feel like a new person?
I do. It's funny because I was happy before. I enjoyed my life and it was good, but it really feels like I'm in a completely different world now. Like the whole world around me has changed when really, I don't know, I think part of that might be true, but a lot of it is just me shifting the way that I'm experiencing the world.
Going into a spiritual world instead of the material world where things are very different.
Yes, exactly. And yeah, it's interesting because I never thought about it until I started working with a career coach as I was thinking about leaving my old job. And I was telling her why. And she made this comment to me. And she said, well, when you're doing something that you're not aligned with, you can just feel it in your body. And I never noticed that until that moment that she said that. And suddenly I just realized all this tension I'd had, all this discomfort I've felt for years and years, but I hadn't noticed it because I was used to it. So now I feel physically better. I feel physically lighter and more joyful and free.
Yeah, absolutely. It's like you set yourself in line. Like you're now lined up with the energy that is coming from the ground up to you and back down wherever it's coming from. Like you're in line. It's nice.
Very much so.
Wow. Wow.
I've got to chime in here, Bara. You have a fascinating story. Which part of Indonesia did you grow up in?
Thank you. I grew up on the island of Sumatra in North Aceh.
Okay. That's one of those remote islands up there. I've been to Bali a few times. And it's a very spiritual place. I had an experience in Indonesia where I collapsed with heart failure. And that's what's led to the creation of the HerStory movement. So I can relate to everything you're saying because everything just starts to click into place, right?
Yeah,
You-
that's incredible. And yes, I was hearing the same thing when I was listening to your TED talk. It feels like something's not quite right, and then suddenly it just all starts flowing.
Yes, yeah. And like what Sarah was saying, you're in alignment with the energy that creates worlds. And mountains move out of the way when you're in that state. You think something and it shows up. You say something and it happens. Very, very magical. So how are you helping other people now? You've gone from being an engineer to a spiritual coach. Tell us step by step what that means if somebody came to you and they're needing help. What is it you're doing to help people?
So what I'm doing, people will come to me in different ways, but the main way that I like to work that I believe is the most effective is to combine intuitive coaching and energy work. So what I'll do is when we decide we're going to work together, first they'll fill out a lot of we'll talk in the first place and make sure that we can connect and that we're a good fit for each other. And then I'll have them answer a lot of questions that they'll spend time sitting with and writing down to really get them thinking about where they are now and where they want to be and what's standing in their way. And then the first thing I'll do before we have our first official meeting is I'll do an energy clearing of them or for them in their home. So a lot of us, we're energetic beings. The world is an energetic place. So we pick up energy from the people and things around us. So when you go into if we went into the first session without doing any of that energy work, a lot of what they might be bringing up, it might be other people's anxiety, other people's worries. I know I was experiencing that a lot when I was wanting to change careers. It was a lot of my stress was my parents' stress, it wasn't mine. To clear that stuff out of the way so we can get to what's actually there and real for them. And then our first session we'll continue that getting it all out there process. So I'll call it a dump it session where they just are basically regurgitating everything that's going on in them and that they're feeling and giving place to that now that they're clear from the other people's energy. And then we can really we can determine and focus where we really want to start, which a lot of times it's going to be with the self and getting more connected to their actual needs, desires, and that kind of thing. And we'll come up with a very, very loose plan of what we want to target first, because I'm sure a lot of you have probably heard of healing described as, like an onion. You peel one layer off and then another layer pops up, and it's not a linear process. And we'll work through it by talking through it. I'll help them to reframe things. A lot of times that's all that we need, is just to be given another perspective. Or usually I'll help people define their own true perspective, not colored by the world and all their anxieties and everything they've been taught their whole life. And we'll include energy healing along with that. So sometimes, if for instance, this fear of rejection, a lot of people have that. They might call it fear of rejection. So they might not want to go out and meet other people. Well, that could be because of something that happened when they were young, energetically, or they could have gone through some emotions when they were young that never cleared from them. So they still might be carrying around in their body some of these emotions of fear, of loss, of embarrassment. So using the emotion code, which is an energy healing technique, we can find those emotions and clear them out without having to relive them or go back to that experience that happened when they were 6 years old or whatever it is. Just make a lot of space that way. Keep going. It's kind of an iterative process. Clear some things out, reframe some things, work through them, give new techniques to try on, and go out into the world in a different way. Come back together and integrate it all. I think that's the most important piece, is integrating it and not just leaving somewhere and out there on their own. Like I was at the beginning of my journey, just wondering, is this even really happening? Like, does anyone else see this?
Yeah, I understand.
Wow.
Wow. Yeah, it's very clear. It's very clear that you've come to to where you should be when you start feeling all that positive sense, that you're doing what you should be doing. It's wonderful. Wonderful.
Yeah. So, Bara, I want to ask, if time was an illusion and if you could go back to your younger self, what three nuggets would you tell it?
Ooh, well, I'd say time is an illusion, I believe. When I do go back to my younger self, I say one is don't listen to what other people tell you about how you should be, because they don't know.
Yeah, right.
Another is I can do anything and I can make up my own rules. I think that I very much thought I had to pick from a list of things that, first a list of potential career paths, like engineering, then a list of things that engineers might do. None of that's real. We can be whoever we want. And then another is, I guess I would tell myself and make sure that she knows that you matter and you belong. You are worthy just as you are. You don't have to do anything special to make that true.
Yeah, and that's important, especially to young people, that they matter, they are enough, you are worthy. Because once you feel like you're not worthy and you grow up feeling that way, because I know that in your bio, you felt like you didn't matter even though you were around people, like they didn't, you had a huge network of friends, but you didn't feel good. It was like you were not being seen.
Yes. Yeah, absolutely. That was huge. And that's something, I just kind of thought that was how it was for me, that, okay, people would invite me, but it didn't really matter if I showed up or not. And it's not, was able to enjoy myself and stuff, but that's not the best way to experience the world. And it's not true. We all matter. We're all so important and we all have so much to offer. And I just want people to be reminded of that who they are matters to me. I can say that 100% to whoever is watching this. Who you are matters to me. So there's at least one person out there that really cares about you the way you are. And I'm not that special, so I'm not the only one.
Okay, Vera, I beg to differ with you. Yes, you are special. We are
Yeah,
all
Yeah,
special.
sure.
you are, because you've made the journey, and I think that's to be commendable. It's commendable. It's wonderful at such a young age too. You
Yes.
mentioned that you're in your 30s. You have a long way to go, and you're beginning. Just think of how exciting it is to think, ahead of the rest of your journey. I mean, you are so well aligned at such a young age, and just go for it. You never know where you're going to end up. You don't know. You have no idea. It's so wonderful.
Agreed. Yeah, I can't wait to find out where it is.
So-
I mean, I can wait. I'll take my time, but yeah, it's really exciting. I think that's true for all of us.
So, Vera, if you were, say, about 10 years old, okay, And what would you tell yourself? I'm sorry, you would be 100 years old. Your 10-year-old self is speaking to you. What do you think that young person would tell you about 100 years?
Have fun and play more.
And that's good. Very good. Never, never give up playing. And that's one of the things that as adults we forget how to play. We forget how to play. And you'll see a child running around and they're just laughing for no reason. And I had to learn that when I became certified as a laughter yoga instructor. It's okay for us as adults to play and smile and have fun at whatever we do, especially if we feel that is where we are in our spirit.
Yeah, I absolutely agree. And I'd say it's important too, because it not only is it good for us and our spirit, but it also frees up other people to do the same. So just by going out there and having fun,
it's almost like what a contact high they call it, right? You give somebody else your energy, a contact, they pick it up.
Right. And I don't think there's any limit to the fun, the joy that we can give to other people. We can still stay full and happy and be full of love and give it away too.
Okay.
Sounds like you are well on your way to a magical life, Bara. Good luck with everything. This new world you're creating for yourself and for others.
Thank you so much.
Wonderful to have you with us today.
Okay. Is there anything that you'd like to add that we have not asked about? Something that's burning in you that you want to share with us? Additional?
I think I'll just say once again to remind everyone, all of you, how special and unique you are and how much you matter. And I feel all of your positive energy here today. I'm so excited that I've been able to share that with you. And thank you so much for sharing it with me. It's been a pleasure.
Thank you. It's been so nice to speak with you.
Thank you.
Okay. So you're more than welcome to stay with us as we go through the rest of our summit today. Okay. And so Ruth will take us out.
Okay.
Ruth?
So we are moving on with our program. And our next speaker is Meredith. Terry, will you read her bio? You have her bio.
Sure. Meredith Alexander. Today, she says, you are in for a real treat. Our speaker's book, The Sky is the Limit, hit the #1 slot among Amazon's hot new releases in the motivational category in November 2017. On the night that it was released, and has been called a mandatory read if you want to become the best version of yourself. The captivating story of this powerhouse mompreneur and her daughter, Schuler, has been featured in the media around the world, including ABC, NBC, Fox, and Prevention Magazine. She is a sought-after expert on resiliency and grit, mindset for corporate and personal development events, as well as on podcasts and stages throughout the U.S. She's transformed many lives around the world through her grit, and that is an acronym, and I'm sure she'll tell us what that is. Mindset coaching programs, online courses. Today, in addition to running her 2 thriving businesses, our speaker is undoubtedly one of the most joyous 24/7 caregivers on the planet. She and her daughter's positive mindset continue to inspire all who meet them. If you are ready to learn new ways to come even more alive and show up consistently as an even better version of yourself, buckle your seatbelts and get ready to have some fun. Please join me in giving a huge welcome to today's guest, Meredith Alexander.
Well, hello, and thank you so much, Gertrude, for having me here. My name is Meredith Alexander, and I am coming to you from the USA, specifically Tampa, Florida, which is in the southeast, the very southeast of the United States. And I am 61 years young. Thank you very much. I'm aspiring to end up at least being 130. So let's say I'm about halfway through my life at this point, maybe, unless we go longer. So my story really has two parts. It's who I was before this crazy boulder fell off the side of a mountain randomly, and who I am today. And I think that sometimes that is the story of many of you women who might be out there listening to this. Is the very beginning of my life, I really was trying desperately to figure out who I am and how I fit. I spent a lot of probably the first 55 years of my life asking myself a lot of questions, trying to be a lot of things for a lot of people, hoping that life treated me well, trying to outsmart the system. I went to some amazing schools. I was technically amazingly educated. I supposedly had all the skills that I would need, and yet I felt like something was missing. I felt like I was not getting the answer to how to live, more specifically, how to live and find your joy. So I spent a lot of my life as a single mom questing, also a mompreneur. I ran my own business, and it felt like I was always chasing being a good mom, chasing finding the relationship, chasing finding success in my business, definitely chasing finding success in my finances. In the process, it felt like I was succeeding at nothing. I found myself in multiple very challenging relationships. I am beyond grateful that I actually seem to be a really great mom in the mix. And so I had 3 very amazing children, which is where the key piece of this sort of connects, because throughout all of those challenges, one of the most amazing blessings that came disguised really as a big obstacle for me were some of the hardships. And the hardships pushed me in the direction of really asking some different questions. So I spent decades of my life really immersing myself, trying to figure out why some people would face these amazing challenges and emerge as bigger, bolder versions of themselves. And so I really started studying what I would call the inner game. And this is everything from what you might recognize as the law of attraction, which I like to use the word attraction as a contraction for attracting the right action. So the law of attracting the right action, to things like energy, to things like language, to things like neuroscience. And I began sort of embodying this, even studying things like Aikido, a martial art. And so let's fast forward a little bit until 2016. My youngest daughter at this point had graduated from Yale, and she had gone down to South America on a Yale fellowship to work with the native population to help build a school. Now, this was after spending the entire 4 years while she was at Yale, interspersed with traveling around the world. She'd been to 5 continents. She'd helped to teach English to monks in Nepal. She'd been to Croatia, you name it. She had been all over. So she had big goals, big dreams. Well, right in the middle of a Friday afternoon, I got the call that Skylar had been randomly crushed by a boulder. While she was in Peru, she had taken a 2-week vacation with a young woman who was going to be her boss in the next segment of her adventures in Peru, working in a specific village there. And the day before they were supposed to return to Peru, they'd gone on a whitewater rafting expedition. And they'd gone through the dangerous part and pulled into this grotto. And there was a ledge actually for jumping. So these 2 rafts filled with tourists had made their way up this precarious cliffside to get to the ledge, made the first jump, loved it so much that they'd adventured up again. Well, somehow on the way up that cliff face the second time, a boulder came loose and it came crashing into my daughter, split open her skull and knocked her off onto the rocks below. So clearly, I guess I probably don't have to tell you that that was one of the worst moments of my life. However, even built into that call that told me that basically it would take a miracle for her to survive was built into it a blessing, because I had to get onto an airplane and I had to head down to Colombia. And I can share with you that there is not a better place to ask yourself some powerful questions than at 30,000 feet. And so I realized as I was on that plane that I may not be able to control the outer game. I certainly couldn't physically help my daughter, and I certainly couldn't undo that boulder, but I sure as heck could play a mean inner game. And that stuff, those laws that I had been learning, they either worked or they didn't. So I decided game on, and I showed up not as the second victim of this boulder, but as a force to be reckoned with. And I began exploring and experimenting and applying the things that I'd learned about how to play the inner game to win. Fast forward, amazing things began to happen. We were able to have Skylar lifted from Colombia to Miami, and it got to the point where when we were in Miami, these sophisticated neurosurgeons who had seen it all began to refer to us as the miracle family, because not only were we seeing medical miracles, things that were textbook impossible, but they hadn't seen the kind of mindset or inner game that had really taken hold here. So right before or right after Mother's Day 2016, Skylar was released from the hospital. So she had survived the unsurvivable, and I became her 24/7 caregiver. So you would think the story was pretty much victorious at that point. But as some of you who may be watching know, that sometimes after one boulder comes a more discreet, sometimes invisible boulder. And so for us, that was very much the case, because when we returned to our home in Tampa, my business had been all but destroyed, because at that point I worked in a seasonal business, which meant that I had to make an entire year's income in just a few months. And I had spent those months in the ICU with my daughter. And I can share with you, an ICU is not the best place to make sales calls. So we got back to Tampa, Florida. I had mountains of bills. I had no hope. So it seemed for income for the next year. And so I was overwhelmed, and it was quite an abyss. However, it prompted me to go back and say, wait a minute, if I had been able to apply these inner game strategies to my daughter, and supposedly the miracle that would take for her to survive, and help to fortify all the skills and amazing talents of these doctors, could I do it with a business? Well, fast forward, it definitely worked. And I was able to apply that. And so beginning in 2018, I started dabbling. I started being asked to speak as a result of the Facebook page that I had originally released at play by play, showing the inner game, that had started with 100 followers, gone to thousands. So I began to speak and ultimately began to coach, and got to the point where I was sharing the how to play the inner game to win with, at first, just a few people, and they were successful. And now at this point, it really got to it has gotten to the point where I've worked with hundreds of people and helped other women and men to really first identify what are those big boulders and how can they obliterate some of the things that sometimes feel like invisible boulders that have been getting in their way, and go on to achieve things that felt impossible for them as well. So today we are a little more than 6 years into this adventure. Skylar this month took her first solo step on a walker, with us still spotting, still had the gait belt on, but no one was touching her. And so it's been a study in really little steps for little feet. It has been a study in going way outside your comfort zone, because again, when I started this journey, I identified myself as someone who could not speak. I had incredible stage fright. I couldn't even introduce someone on stage. And now I love getting on stage, and I love sharing our story, and I love getting out there and inspiring people and hearing the stories, hearing how the book, which is the compilation of the Facebook posts, how those have impacted other people's dreams. So it has been quite a journey for me. And it has been all about the language of our inner narrative, and how our inner narrative can impact the way that we experience our life. It has been like things with people saying to me, how was it that you were able to always look on the bright side? And thanks to things that I had learned from amazing mentors like Esther Hicks, and in other spaces where I was able to say, I never looked on the bright side. Because think about it, if what we focus upon expands, when we're trying to look on the bright side, what are we really focusing on? We're focusing on that big looming dark side. So it has been an amazing journey of learning how to share some of the wisdom. I feel like some of the things that I learned from the boulder, some of the things that crystallized from the boulder, have been some of the most powerful lessons in my entire life. And thanks to that inner game, playing that inner game to win, I've been able as a mother to help my daughter stay focused, stay growing, stay blossoming, staying believing. And I've been able with my own business to grow my own business. And now I've been able to help hundreds of clients who, even in some cases, their boulder was that face looking back at them in the mirror, to help them really identify what is that next big step, and not only where they are, but who they are, to reacquaint what they're passionate about, what their gifts are, what their skills are, how their experience has not crippled them, but how their experiences have really set them up for a level of success that they absolutely never would have imagined. So it's been an incredible journey.
Meredith, I don't have the words. What an experience. You know, you managed to take what was the most traumatic experience of your life and your daughter's life and turn it into something absolutely magical. The analogy of the boulder is strong for me. You know, a lot of times when we're faced with adversity and strife, we want to jump over those boulders. We don't want to face them. We don't want to deal with them. We want to jump over them. But what I feel you've done very successfully is you turned that boulder over, you saw what was underneath it. And there is a gift in every challenge that comes in our way if we take time to pay attention to that.
It's interesting that you would say that, because I'm a big language person, and I really believe that nature, life, and words come with a lot of clues. And even the word boulder itself, when you take the you out of boulder, in other words, when you get out of your own way, then and only then are you able to really show up as that bolder version of yourself. And so my life these days is truly about helping the people that I work with unleash the most epic version of themselves. And I believe without any question that this boulder did not come to destroy my daughter and me, just as I believe that our boulders do not come to destroy us. They come to destroy the things that have been holding us back. And so certainly in our case, this boulder came ironically not as a lesson in how to face death, but for us as a powerful lesson in how to choose to live.
Wow. Wow. I'm going to bring on another guest, part of my panel. Terry, welcome. My apologies. I sent you the wrong link, so you didn't quite get to watch the whole presentation.
Oh, what I watched was really exciting.
Aww.
Yeah.
It's powerful. It's really powerful. Yeah. Now, Terry, I'll ask you to jump in with questions as well. But my first question for you is this. If there is somebody who's listening to us right now who is faced with a challenge, physical, psychological, financial, whatever challenge is in front of them, based on what life has taught you up to this point, if you go back 6 years ago to that moment in the middle of the crisis, and somebody could have given you 3 nuggets of wisdom, what would those 3 nuggets of wisdom be?
So the first nugget of wisdom would be to really take a look at what is it that you can control. What is it that you can control? Often I feel like we spend a lot of energy trying to control the things that we cannot control. I could not control that boulder. I certainly was not a neurosurgeon. I couldn't get in there with myself, but I could control my inner game. And again, just to acknowledge that I'm not saying that my inner game alone saved my daughter, because those neurosurgeons, that entire team, did amazing things with my daughter. But what I am saying is that when you commit to playing the inner game to win, you tap into this special kind of magic that allows you often to transform the impossible into the I'm possible. So the first piece would be understand what is it that you can control, and often that is your inner game. The second piece, very similar to that, is what can your mind believe? It's super critical that your mind be able to believe it. I could not be of service, be of help, empower my daughter in this situation by standing in front of a mirror and making, nothing against affirmations, but I couldn't just say, I couldn't be a Pollyanna. I had to find one thought that I could believe and then another. So it was a process of finding one thought that could take me out of despair, one that could take me to a little bit of hope, one that could take me to belief, or multiple. And for example, for me on that plane, as one of the thoughts that I thought was, has anyone ever achieved something that everyone said was impossible? And as life has a tendency to do. The sense of humor was, of course it can. I was flying through the skies in something that at one time was believed to be impossible. So to inch my way from believable thoughts, things that my mind could get behind, ultimately to a place where it felt like knowing, expectation was the next logical step, and I was secure in that. So number 2 is, what can your mind believe? And then the third piece is really, what might I be assuming that is not necessarily true, right? What might I be assuming that is not necessarily true? Often we assume, for example, just because it seemed that it would take a miracle for my daughter to survive, that is not necessarily true. Had there been other miracles? Absolutely. The world is filled with miracles all around us. So those 3 questions when we're in a crisis are really powerful. What can I control? What can my mind believe? And what might I be assuming that is not necessarily true?
Absolutely beautiful. Wow. Terry, you want to jump in here with any questions? You have really mastered the art of living.
Oh, she has, and I'm still working on that piece because you do have to reflect in order to get to the point where you are, and you've done that quite well, quite
I
well.
thank you.
And
Thank
you
you.
also have that mother, like I tell Gertrude all the time, that mother wit thing. My children come first, and I have to do whatever I have to do to make sure they're safe. And
For
so
sure.
that was just automatic for you. Yeah.
Sure, for sure. And I don't want to pretend that, that when I first got that call, um, it was, well, it was very surreal. I'm sure, as if anyone has gotten a call like this about someone that they love. And it was almost like I split into 2 people, one who was observing and feeling like this cannot be real. And then the other one that felt like, oh my gosh, I'm not up to this challenge. I'm not ready. I'm not wealthy enough to be able to pay for whatever this is going to take. I'm not smart enough. I'm not this, I'm not that. There was tremendous amount of self-doubt there. So I don't want anyone who might be experiencing something like that to think that because you have those thoughts, that it's not within you to choose to become the most epic version of yourself. One thing that I really learned is that things like confidence are not about knowing all the answers. Confidence is not about being the smartest person in the room. Confidence is not about being the wealthiest person in the room. Confidence is not about feeling I've got this. Confidence can feel filled with terror, and yet confidence is that I have the ability and I have the tenacity and the determination to take the next step, whatever that means. And sometimes that's what confidence has to be, is saying, I have no idea how I'm going to figure this out, but I'm going to raise my hand and take that step anyway. That's confidence.
Okay, good. So if we looked in the future,
Mhm.
and you were 100 years old, what will you tell your younger self?
I will tell my younger self what an amazing dance this has been, right? I have gotten to the place where I really believe that life is 2 dance partners, and it's the one that's really fun to dance with. It's those moments that are so brilliant and celebratory that they take your breath away. They're amazing to experience. We all go chasing after that dance partner. But probably the best dance partner of them all is not one that we would search out, but it's the one with those moments that can be initially so painful that they knock the wind out of us. And yet it is those moments that are really critical that our lives cannot do without, because they inspire us to let go of things that no longer serve us. They inspire us to ask those different questions. They inspire us to be bold. They inspire us to embrace things that we have been afraid to embrace. So I would tell my younger self, congratulations for dancing. And what an amazing journey this has been. And those moments, every single tear that you've cried, every single scream that you've sent up to the universe, just that's part of the fabric of the tapestry that just has made your life worth living. And what do you say we go back and do it all again next time, right? And just live it as richly and don't miss a beat and leave for the world whatever we can so that they can dance with the same amount of joy that we've had.
Wow.
That was good.
So let's finish our interview. I know you have a gift for our guests. Talk about your business. Talk about what you're offering our guests.
Sure, absolutely. So my passion really is working specifically with women who know that they have something powerful and immense to achieve, and yet maybe facing their own boulders. And often they don't really know what that boulder is. Sometimes, again, it may be just the face in the mirror. Well, I absolutely love working with you if you are that woman and helping you first distill what that boulder is, not only where you are, but who you are, and then helping you to obliterate the things that have been getting in your way so that you can identify and go on to figure out what that next big step is, and then actually make that happen, achieve things that previously would have been impossible. So if you feel like you're facing a boulder and need just a little bit of help kind of untangling it, I would love to offer you a 20-minute Go Epic Now strategy call with me where I can really hear what is going on in your world and share with you some bits from this boulder that I think can be of huge help for you. And so it's completely free. So you can set this up by going to bit.ly/Go Epic Now. That's bit.ly Go Epic Now. And I think you have to capitalize every word. But again, bit.ly/Go Epic Now. Come join me at gritmindsetacademy.com. Connect with me on social media, and let's go out and make a powerful, epic impact on the world.
Wow. Meredith, thank you so much for becoming part of our tribe. You're one of us now. We will not let you go. We wish you all the best. We wish your daughter all the best in her recovery. With a mother like you, she has such an angel by her side. I would love to stay in touch with you. We want to invite you to participate in our next online summit. So I'll email you some information about that. We are really looking for women like you who have tools that can help other women. So what we do is in 1 month, we have an online summit where women are speaking and telling their stories. In the next month, you get to run workshops with the community. So there's that transfer of knowledge. Because sometimes we go to events, we meet these inspiring speakers and we don't get access to them. So our platform is trying to give access to people like you to our community.
I would love it. I would be honored.
I will schedule an appointment to catch up with you and give you more information. I've now kind of worked out the time difference. If the time that I give you doesn't work, just let me know and we'll reschedule.
That sounds amazing. That sounds amazing. And a huge shout out to this amazing community developed for really asserting our womanness and going out there. The women are going to epically impact the world. I'm convinced of that.
Definitely.
Thank you so
Definitely.
much. And thank you to everybody
Nice
who
meeting
tuned
you.
in. My co-host, Terry. We'll be back again tomorrow with yet another amazing guest. In the meantime, have a fantastic day, morning, or evening, wherever you are in the world. And bye for now. Thank you again, Meredith.
Thank you so much.
Mhm.
Am I here? Am I still here? I I think I'm here still.
You're still there. You're
You know
still
what I realized? I realized that when I watch movies, when I go to the movies or I watch them on television on Netflix, my eyes get really heavy. You know, focusing in on movies, and I tend to when I'm watching a screen and really concentrating, it relaxes me. And when listening to these women who are so relaxing, you know, their stories are so positive, it just tends to relax me, and I'm almost lullabied by the stories. You know, do you know what I mean? And I find it, you know, I'm trying to stop myself from just falling asleep. I don't mean to. It's not that it's boring me. It's relaxing me. Do you know what I mean?
Yes, I understand that, Sarah. One of the things that I picked up, even though I was on the tail end of that, I picked up this time was her use of the boulder and taking the you out of it. Um, you've been on when I talked about women being bold. I love a woman who is bold. Okay. And a lot of times we get in our way. We get in our way.
Yeah.
And so you have to be able to recognize that for
Yes.
anyone that's listening, because you really have to be able to realize that sometimes you do get in your own way and you prevent your blessings from coming forth, and you prevent all the good things that are out there for you because you can't, you tell yourself sometimes in fear, am I worthy to be receiving all this?
Yeah. Yeah. You look yourself in the mirror and you say, why is this happening to me? And, you know, I mean, I talk often to myself in the mirror and I say, why? And, you know, sometimes you need a little bit of confirmation, you know, and you get it from yourself as well. You know,
Exactly.
if you bring it back to you know, you connect with yourself and you see that you know, any little like she said, the metaphor of a boulder comes at you, you can bounce back. A boulder
Right.
can bounce.
Okay, that was very fascinating from Meredith. We can move on with our program. Uh, I have Amy Ravichandran. If Gertrude will key that up for me, cue it up. Um, Amy grew up in San Antonio, Texas, where she attended UTSA and graduated with a bachelor in psychology. During that time, she began working with Houston, known Sandy Lawrence, former CEO of Perspective Public Relations. That's where she began to learn the ins and outs of social media and develop a great understanding of managing different types of business social media accounts. And she didn't stop there, of course. She went on to take courses and attended numerous social media examiner webinars, learning about social media marketing and consulting. That was 8 years ago. Now, with Sandy Lawrence looking at shifting gears, she has decided to merge perspective, public relations, and abundantly social together. I present to you Amy for her story.
Hi, so I am Amy Ravichandran. I am 30 years old. I am based out of Bryan, Texas. Some of you guys might know where Texas A&M University is. That's the city that I live in. And my story is near and dear to my heart. One, because it is my story, but I started my business, Abundantly Social, 6 years ago, and I honestly kind of fell into it. So I went to the University of Texas at San Antonio, and I got a degree in psychology with a minor in graphic design. And my dream was to go and be a psychologist to inmates. And my life just kind of took a crazy turn, and it ended up that I graduated, I got married, and I moved to Houston, Texas. I was working for a lovely woman by the name of Sandy Lawrence during this time while I was in college that owned a PR company in Houston called Perceptive Public Relations. I started off doing social media with her, and it really kind of just evolved for me. And when I moved to Houston, I started my own company while working for her public relations business. And so I was starting Abundantly Social. I worked my way up in this PR business to vice president of the company. And 2 years ago, she decided to retire and actually gifted me her company. And so 2 years ago, I merged it with Abundantly Social that now offers book marketing, public relations on top of social media marketing, which is what we were founded on and near and dear to my heart. During that time, it has been a crazy ride. So I am a mother of 2 beautiful daughters that are 13 months apart. So they are 2 and 1 currently. And so I really quick had to learn to juggle running a full-time business and merging them together, which was taking on a massive workload, bigger than what I originally had for Abundantly Social. I was still growing it and juggling being a stay-at-home full-time mom with my daughters. And that was something I really just had to adjust to, because you have this vision in your mind, or at least I did, that yeah, I can totally work from home. I own my own business. I can make my own hours, and I can still be a full-time mom and take care of my kids, and I can just do it all, right? I'm Wonder Woman, and I am Wonder Woman in my own way. And I feel like all women that work from home or have a full-time job and come back, they are, and they're amazing. But I really quickly adapted my daughters to being on my meetings with me or having them screaming at my door during a meeting. And so it's been one of those things. I've been very blessed to have clients that understand that I have kids at home, and it's not weird enough or awkward when they're banging on the door doing things like that. But the struggle was really hard to do because I didn't take any time off. So I had my first daughter, and the next day, it was pre-COVID. So the next day, all of our family was holding my daughter, so I could still work and do all my social media posting that I was doing. And, I didn't have any meetings, but I was making sure that my clients were still taken care of. And then when I had my second daughter, it was during the pandemic, and I still did the same thing. I never took a day off or anything like that, because it was like, when they're newborns, they're sleeping. So I can get a lot done, which was really nice. But now that they're getting older, I had to put my oldest in an early education program 3 times a week for half days. And that was so hard for me to do, because I was like, I work from home. I need to, I should be taking care of my daughter, and I wanted to also grow my business. And then I have my youngest at home. And so I really had to adjust and find balance. And finding balance was one of those things that it's still a work in progress for me. And it's still one of those things that I struggle with daily. And it's always changing because my kids are getting older. But it's one of those things that keeps me on my toes and adapting. But it makes things interesting in my business. So my business, like I said, is all about social media marketing and book marketing. And so I help authors become Amazon bestsellers, and I bring their social media following up, and I get them engaged and everything with their readers. And that can be very time consuming and things, but it's one of those where I can separate it because now I have like my office and stuff, but I can do things like that in the living room with my daughter. So I can still spend time with her. Even if she's asleep, I'm still there, spending time with her. Or my oldest going off, she's making friends, right? And during that time is when I pack load everything. And I know all of the working moms out there can relate that you just pack load everything as much as you can into that couple hours that you have a day that you're just like, I can do it, get it all done, and you can spend time with your kids. And that's the beauty of it is, I do own my own business. And so I have that flexibility, but you always have that guilt. And finding balance was just really important to me. And, I have to give a shout out and a thanks to Mickey Mickelson. I met him at the end of last year. He's also another publicist. And, we can tag team on a lot of things, which takes time off of my plate for clients and things, because we can tag team it where I can spend more time with my kids. But a lot of it for me was, I know that there are a lot of working moms out there that are business owners, and they struggle with finding balance and family time. And I don't have the magic answer for you, but these are just some of the things that have worked for me. And my business is thriving and it's growing. It's currently in its 6th year and it's doing really good. And I have to find the balance. I work around the clock. There's some days in the mornings I have a lot of meetings from 9 to noon or 1 o'clock. And then I don't have anything until 7 or 8, when my kids are abed and going to sleep, where I can get things done. And I try to make it where I can spend as much time with them. But that means sometimes I do have to work on the weekends and Saturday mornings and things like that. But it's all about just being okay with that and finding the flexibility, right? I mean, my whole thing is I'm doing this whole thing for my kids. So my kids can kind of look back and just be like, wow, my mom did all of this stuff and helped so many people. And I've helped create, probably over 100 to 120 Amazon bestsellers. And I've made other people's dreams and realities come true. And I've brought some amazing books for my kids to read in the future. And it's going to impact their future. And that's what is my driving factor. But I've kind of just made it where my kids are a part of my work. And that's how I have found balance is, I always give a disclaimer to my clients how, I have kids that are at home. So if you randomly hear a scream or a bang at my door or, something going on, like it's my kid, I promise she's okay. I have cameras so I can see them and anything like that. But they're a part of my life. And when I not realized that, but when I kind of came to terms with that and I stopped trying to separate and be like, oh, I need to be so professional here on this. And if it is like a big meeting, I'll have my husband or I'll hire a babysitter to kind of help me out so I am not distracted in that sense. And that's the balance for me. But once I kind of just incorporated my kids in it and made it where it was something that, yeah, mommy's on this meeting, but I can have you be on it with me. And then my clients kind of get to see my kids grow and watch them. And so they have all of these, people that have an interest and an investment in their learning and their growth and send them things. And it's become this whole huge family because of that. And that was really the balance for me because I no longer felt pulled in so many directions and I couldn't make everyone happy. And I was feeling so overwhelmed and just like, oh, I'm not being successful at anything, but bridging the gap and bringing everything together for me is what worked. And, it's just, like I said, it's a disclaimer. It's even in my contracts that I give to my clients, right? Like I have kids that are at home. I apologize for what happens in the future in terms of meetings or phone calls, but everyone has been really receptive to it. And I think that that's just something that, us as women and as moms and business owners, should be okay with it's okay to do that. So
what an amazing and inspiring story. I work with a lot of authors. A lot of people are self-publishing, and a lot of our community would love to know step by step what it is you do to help them become a bestseller and market and promote their books. So I want you to talk as if you're talking to somebody who has just published, is needing your kind of help, step by step. What is it that you do for us?
Yeah, absolutely. So what I do is a lot more towards the book marketing, social media aspects. So what all that encompasses is when you have a book launch, we're going to throw you a book launch party. We're going to share it into all of our Facebook groups. We're going to bring awareness, help you set up to have other authors on. On top of that, we're going to do leverage different promotional sites and newsletters and things like that to kind of help curate the noise and things about your new book coming out, price range and everything like that, on top of just building your social media following, running Amazon ads, Facebook ads, BookBub ads, any kind of avenue that we can go down that's going to help you get the most visibility, the most traction, and gain followerships and stuff like that, on top of building your author network and community. So we are huge advocates for that in terms of indie, self-published, small press published. I work with a lot of publishers too. And, helping authors is really how indie and small press authors are successful. And so we're huge advocates. So we'll connect you with other authors, different avenues that you can go down and things like that. But we like to celebrate you and your book launch and your new book coming out. And so we'll make sure it's successful. Like I said, we'll leverage promotional sites, newsletters, social media, all kinds of stuff.
That's fantastic. Now let's go back to this dance, this juggle you've been having with motherhood and being an entrepreneur. A lot of moms are in the same position right now, especially because of COVID, mostly because you're being forced to work from home and you've got the little ones running in and out and doing what children will do. If you could have a conversation with a woman right now who is having a really hard time, there must be things that you're doing in your life to keep yourself balanced and sane. What 3 nuggets of wisdom would you share?
So the number one it's okay to ask for help. And if help means having a babysitter come, even though you work from home, to watch your daughter or your kid or your son to help you get down, that was the most important thing for me. I had that when my kids were newborns, and it helped a lot. Another one is, don't get embarrassed or something if your kids start screaming in the background, if you're on a phone meeting or a video meeting. That's happened to me several times, and it's just integrated into it. But the third one would be, don't try to hide it and put on this facade, because I tried to do that. And when I stopped trying to do that and just incorporated it and been like, yeah, this is my life. Yes, it's crazy, it's hectic, but it is what it is. I kind of found that more people resonated with that and were more receptive, and were like, yeah, no, we've been there. And then it always trickles down to a different rabbit hole. And don't be afraid to just embrace it, and don't get embarrassed, because it happens and it's going to happen, but it's okay. And don't feel guilty about it, about hiring a babysitter or anything like that. I've done it. So.
Yeah, most mothers will feel that guilt and that, oh, I need to be doing this myself.
Yes. It was so hard.
Yeah, I can imagine. And the thing about having kids, though, I remember when my kids were little, they're now 32, 30 and 25. And I feel like I blinked and they grew up. And now I'm thinking, where have my babies gone,
Yeah.
And I didn't spend as much time with them as I would have wanted. But I wanted to be an entrepreneur. I wanted to run my own business. And I read a book called Refuse to Choose. I can't even remember the author, but it was a woman who had small kids who just decided to do it all. And she did, and she succeeded. So for any moms out there who are doubting, maybe I should wait until my children grow up, I actually got my kids to help with all the chores in the house. They had little duties that kept them occupied. What are you doing with your kids in that respect?
Oh, I love it. I mean, I have little keyboards kind of set up. And so while I'm at my desk, like I am, right now, talking with people or writing emails, and they have their own little keyboards. And so they just start typing away as if they're, and working with mommy in her office. And then, we have like, coloring time. And so I'll take time out and I won't schedule anything. Like I give myself the entire Friday off. And so that's mommy day is what I call it. And so we'll go out and we'll get like a Starbucks. They get a cake pop from Starbucks, and then we'll have coloring day, or we'll go to the park and play. And so they know that it's a designated, all of mom's attention is on that specific day. And so I try to make sure and keep that consistent. And then if I'm not on a podcast or hosting my own podcast, then, I'm in the living room. And if that means that I'm on a meeting and they're seeing my kitchen, then that is kind of what it is. But whenever my kids need attention or they're with me, there's always coloring pads or something kind of around, or a book, like I read to them at night and things like that. But I try to make sure that they know where their special time is with mom during the day, and especially like during the week, and designated on Fridays. So
that's beautiful. Yeah, I used to do the same thing. I used to have a date with each of my kids on a different day, especially the older they got, and they did more one-on-one time with me. So my two sons became very quiet when they were teenagers. Boys will answer you with one-word answers. You say, "So how was school?" "Fine." "What happened?" "Nothing." So I would track them in the car. I would drive them to school every morning. If they took the train, it would take them 10 minutes to get to school. Mm-hmm. But if I took them by car, it took us an hour. So I had them trapped in the car for 1 hour.
There you go. Okay.
Because of traffic, and they were forced to talk to me. So as moms, we're juggling so many balls, just trying to get things done. So what is the best way that people can connect with you? I know there's a lot of authors in our community who've written books and are wanting to take their books to the next level.
Yeah, so you can email me at amy@abundantlysocial.com. And my first name is AIMEE. You can go to my website, which is abundantlysocial.com. I'm all over social media. So just Amy Ravichandran or Abundantly Social. You can send me a message. I'm an open book. So any way that you like to get in contact with people, I'm on it, and you can send me a message. If you get my email, my phone number is in the bottom of my email. You can text me. That's the quickest way, honestly, to text me if you dire need. But I get back to my emails. I answer them every day, and Facebook message pops up on my phone. So any avenue that I'm on. So
that's awesome. Yeah. So I've got 2 more questions for you. I'm going to take you into the future. Okay. Let's imagine that time is an illusion and time doesn't exist. Your past, your present is here, and you can go between the timelines. You're now 100 years old, and I could teleport you to have a conversation with that 100-year-old woman. And she's sitting in her rocking chair, surrounded by her children and her grandchildren. If you could have a conversation with her, what would you say to her based on how you're living your life right now?
Oh, man, that's a really good question. So if I could have a conversation with a 100-year-old myself, I would probably say that, it was okay to slow down every now and then. And I'm taking this, this Friday, all Fridays off, but it's okay to slow down every now and then and just enjoy life and enjoy my kids being little or just growing and watching the wonder in their eyes. It's okay to just not have anything to do and just spend time and live in the moment. I think that's what I would tell myself, because I forget that now. So yes, I would definitely tell myself that 100%, because I think now just, how things are currently, right? You can have access on your phone to anything, to an email, social media, right? And so, I see this photo, and I think that's such a great thing, and I would love your opinion on it. But I saw it where, when you go to concerts and stuff, you take photos, but you don't just watch it in the moment.
So, yes.
Yes, and I understand the concept of photos, so you can remember it. But wouldn't it be better to just remember in the moment what that was like? And so that photo has always really resonated with me, and I forget about it here and there, but yeah, I mean, just living in the moment, I think is what I would say, because I forget to do that all the time.
That is a beautiful reminder to all of us, Amy. Thank you. Thank you so much for that. Last question is, was there anything I should have asked you that I left out?
You know, I mentioned that Abundantly Social does public relations or PR, but I am more geared towards marketing and social media. And the reason that I love those is because social media was meant to be social and has brought people together, just like now, from all over the world. And I think that that's what makes authors successful, is making it social and not so much about selling or buy my book or anything like that, but just being social and engaging and building their relationship with your authors. Like that's, to me, what has made social media such a passion for me, because it's bringing people together. It's bringing readers with authors and authors connecting to their communities and plugging in and learning and trying new things. So, if I could say that you could have asked me anything, it would have been like, why am I so passionate about social media and with authors? And that would be wise, because it bridges the gap that I feel like all authors are trying to accomplish but struggle, because we all struggle with that. But yeah, I mean, I
It
have a
does make
love-hate
it very real.
Yeah, like I have a love-hate relationship with technology. I feel like everybody does. But, it's one of those things that I don't know. I don't know. My husband always says I'm an old soul, because it's like social media was founded to be social and to communicate. And so I've always kept it that way. Like it's just social. Just talk to your people, engage with them. So
Fantastic. Amy, thank you so much for coming online today and gracing us with your presence and your knowledge. Look forward to staying connected with you and connecting you to some of our authors as well. And
absolutely.
Thank you to everybody who tuned in from all over the world. Have a fantastic Easter. Have a fantastic day, morning, or evening, wherever you are in the world. I'll be back again tomorrow with yet another amazing guest. Bye for now. Thank you, Amy.
Thank you.
Amy has truly developed the art of everything that she loves and everything that is important to her professional career, her children. She's learned how to balance. She's been able to do that because those things are important to her, and she's a planner. She knows how to say, okay, this is what I want to happen, and I'm just going to go for it. And I love that in our youngsters today. Okay.
She definitely has it together. Not many young moms can balance having little kids, starting a business, working from home. Absolutely love her energy. You can feel she's loving what she's doing, and she's not having to sacrifice anything in the process. Beautiful to watch.
Yes. Okay. Always, those of you that are listening, remember that you can comment, and your comments will come in during each speaker. So as we move forward, our next speaker is a jewelry designer, Valsiki, and I'm not going to, Kamari. I hope I didn't butcher that too much. She co-founded Next Door Goddess on the conviction that there's a radiant goddess in every woman that deserves to come out. Valsiki is a Greek family physician turned Greek immigrant jeweler, designer, entrepreneur at the age of 45. Immigration and a question she found in a course fueled this change. If you were to die tomorrow, which is the one dream you will regret not having brought to life? I think I'm going to stop right there and be introduced to Belsiki.
I have just noted that, let's see here, Belsiki's video. Actually, Terry.
Mm-hmm. We can go on to the next one.
Yeah, we didn't have Belsiki for today, did we?
Yes. Speaker number 4.
Who do you have on number 5? I think the schedule was updated.
Okay, I have Misty Wolf.
Yes, let's go with Misty.
Okay, let
Sorry
me
about
see if
that.
I can- It's okay. It's okay. I am under your tutelage, so
No. I think I sent out 2 schedules.
okay.
I updated it at some point.
Okay, we're just gonna keep it real.
Okay.
We're gonna move on to Misty Wolf. She resides in Santa Clarita, California, along with her beloved Kaylee, her parents, and their Shih Tzu named Gilly Goose. Misty focuses her writing and speaking on her experiences of being a mother of a child with a rare mutation disability. Misty shares her time between writing and being a full-time caretaker. I will introduce you to Misty Wolf.
Misty Wolf. I am from sunny Southern California, and I am 38 years old. My journey actually started in 2017, and that was the year that my daughter started exhibiting signs that I hadn't seen before in her life. Prior to that, Kaylee had been the most chill kid ever. She was this bright sunshine of light, and everyone just thought she was the sweetest thing. She would dance, she would sing. It was a remarkable experience to be her parent, to see her go through this. In 2017, she started to have a regression. And typically, regressions can happen due to a number of things. One of the main things is puberty. Well, it was very difficult because the doctors were trying to figure out what was causing her to go backwards. In the meanwhile, we're trying to go to school, we're trying to do everything, and I get a phone call from her school. And Kaylee actually had gone missing while on their watch. Missing as in no one knew where she was, and they had said, hey, you need to come to the school and come help us figure this out. On a normal day, I would have already been at the school, but I was in college myself. I was trying to finish my degree in project management, and I had had a semester of intense study, and it was just a weird day. So as I made my way over there, I realized, how can my kid be missing? Where's my daughter? My daughter doesn't go missing. She's amazing. And we get there, and all the teachers are like, Miss Wolf this, and that. And I'm looking at them like, you lost my kid. She was fairly new to this school. It was a really innovative new way to learn and to be educated. Instead of doing the traditional, you must know this, you must know that, it was taking all of the skills to build a project and project-based learning. And those things are important in the world so that you can learn to work as a group, you can learn to be a project leader. And for me, I had thought, okay, that would be a wonderful thing for my daughter. Well, now my daughter was missing, and it was a situation where sitting back here and we're watching the clock, and you search the whole school, you suddenly have all these people searching, And finally, I get escorted to the upper school principal's office where everyone's trying to tell me things. And I'm just sitting there like, my 13 and a half, almost 14-year-old daughter has gone missing. And it was in the early part of the year here in Southern California. So it was nice and warm during the day, but it would get really windy as it kind of went to the evenings. And as the time ticked forward, suddenly, okay, we're calling the cops. We're calling search and rescue. And it keeps going on and on. And finally, these cops are like, did Kaylee have a fight today? No, Kaylee was fine. Is Kaylee, into drugs? No, my daughter doesn't do drugs. Would she go out with friends? I'm like, nobody would pick her up at any given point, except for me or my family. And finally, they leave, and we sit there for another hour and a half or so. Nobody knows where Kaylee is at this point. Everybody's searching. My parents, who had gone to pick her up, are now searching. And it's starting to become really weird. You're sitting there on your cell phone going, why is there no missing persons? She's a minor, and she's a girl, and there's all these things here. Why haven't they done this? And just when I was getting to that point, like, I needed to call the search and rescue, press type of people, be like, hey, we need to get this Amber Alert out. My daughter's gone missing. It turned into, they found her. And they had found her on a freeway, walking the wrong direction. And there was no explanation for it. So, of course, what happens is they bring her back. I'm sitting there crying, but I don't get to see her right away because the sheriffs that had been there so graciously have to interview her. And finally, an hour, half hour later, they come in and they say to us, hey, everything seems okay. She was just trying to get home and people were late. Now, in this parking lot, there was a Jack in the Box, and my parents went to pick up dinner, and they were literally a car length drive away from the school. So in the 2 minutes that it maybe took them to go around the backside of the Jack in the Box, my daughter had decided to walk away. And everything kind of changed that day because a kid and your daughter and you're very aware. And my daughter had always come to me with problems and what was going on. And I was sitting there going, how? I'm like, this just doesn't happen. So it put me on a quest to be like, what is going on with my child? And how can I help my daughter? Because obviously something's gone very wrong and we don't know what it is. So over the next course of the next few months, we met a doctor at UCLA, which is a fairly well-known establishment, I think, worldwide. And we started to go through this. And my daughter had already had ADHD, but this didn't seem like ADHD symptoms. And as her behavior started to regress, she started to have violent outbursts. And over the course of our journey, the next, give or take, 2 years, was going through psychiatrists, trying to get help to help my daughter, trying to find who would go to these things. I suddenly had a daughter who had apparently become disabled or had a mental health issue, but not even the hospital doctors could tell me what was really going on with her. And after her second hospitalization, we actually did genetic testing. So after coming out of that second hospitalization, which would have been in December of 2018, we had the genetic testing for autism and anything else to find out, hey, what is going on? And she left the hospital with an autism diagnosis, ADHD, and OCD. And we finally found a school willing to take her in January of 2019. And she started to flourish as she got into this class with her teacher, Lydia Bauer. And instead of looking at what Kaylee couldn't do, because Kaylee's behaviors no longer mirrored that of an average 14 and a half year old or 15-year-old, it mirrored a kid who was maybe like at times 3 to 7. And it was building on different things for Kaylee. And when we met Lydia transformed into Kaylee can't do this, Kaylee can't do this, Kaylee can't do this, into what does Kaylee love to do and how can we build on what she loves to do to make Kaylee a better and happier person. As Kaylee and I are going through this, I'm still advocating with our state government, the Social Security office, different people within our state and federal government who is supposed to have resources for parents to take your information and knowledge and be able to get it from them, because I had a normal or atypical daughter who was no longer atypical, so I didn't even know where to start. A month later, it would be in March, what happened was we got the genetic testing results back. And we found out that she actually had a rare genetic variant that nobody else has in the world. And because of that, it was likely a contributing factor to all this. It made no sense from a science perspective because they've never seen it in another person. So they have a genetic database, and in that genetic database, they are able to match up people. And so the SLC 6A17 variant has only ever been seen in 2 genes, mother and father. And they both have to be corrupted for the person to have it. Well, Kaylee only had 1 gene that was corrupted. And so for me, I had studied forensics, and I later would go on to get a degree during this process in criminal and civil law with a specialization in forensics that I was also passionate about. And I was able to talk to her doctor, and I was able to kind of advocate. I'm like, look, I've studied enough DNA. I've studied enough different files to know that Kaylee is a case study, and you have this information. And given that she's a case study, there is a reasonable probability within the margin of error that Kaylee has this in a new variant. Now, you have to actually have 2 people in the world to have a variant that is acknowledged. There's only 1. So Kaylee officially has an SLC 6A17 variant that officially, as of December of 2021, her doctor finally put it in there as it is a likely cause of exacerbating factors to Kaylee's overall issues. The wonderful thing about this whole journey is, as bad as it was and as bad as things got for having to sit here and fight between 2 agencies who should, in theory, have been able to point me in a direction. They pretended my daughter was a football. But her teachers and the foundation of her schooling actually has built a new path of education for my daughter, making it so that she is able to see what she had learned and seeing new waves that have been built. And it goes to show you that you can't give up on it, and you have to build your own tribe to be able to focus on what you need to focus on, which is what I did in building the team at school. I knew that Kaylee, the one place Kaylee was good was at school, and I knew that I could deal with everything they threw at me. The mental health people were like, she has autism, we don't do autism. And the autism people were like, she has a mental health issue, we don't do that. And eventually the DNA was able to say, actually, to everybody who was denying her benefits over and over again, Social Security, the regional center here, which is a benefit, and also the Medicaid for disabled people, it was able to finally be like, she has always had this genetic variant. We were very lucky that for the first 15, 16 years of her life, actually, when she got sick when she was 13 and a half, but that because she had one good gene, basically, if you think of the genetic system as a computer, that computer ran perfectly until puberty. and then it got overwhelmed. And the mind is a beautiful thing. It will save itself as a resource, and it will say, okay, I can't keep going in this way. So let me move you back in a cognitive age level. Let me keep moving you back until you get to a point where you're able to communicate with people. And it turned out she went all the way back, but we've started to regrow new and interesting things for Kaylee. And my daughter will never be the same. And I always say I've raised her twice now. I've raised the first version of Kaylee, and here we are at the second version of Kaylee. And although it was devastating at the time, I feel like there has to be other parents, because I met them, that are going through this. And maybe it's not Kaylee's exact situation, but people are not being valued for what they bring to the table, because they want to see people like me as a single mom who had a career, gave up the career, and became an advocate. And they like to just dismiss you. And for me, it was, I was right and they were not.
What an incredible story.
Yeah, it
Oh
was.
My gosh. I just don't understand how you have managed to navigate things up until this point. So let me take you back a few steps.
Sure.
If there is a mother, a father, a parent who's listening to this interview right now, confused, has no idea what their next step should be, based on what this experience has taught you, if you could give someone 3 nuggets of wisdom, what would that be?
3 nuggets of wisdom that I would give people in this situation. 1, document everything in writing. 2, buy yourself 5 binders. And 3, go online, find yourself a call log, and make sure you log every time you call someone and what they say, and collect all of your papers and keep them in neat order. And you will always have them, because I found that people liked to basically say they didn't say that, but I had written it down, and I had multiple places where it had been written, and they couldn't come back to me that they hadn't done it. So empower yourself to hold other people accountable, because you're living this life all day, every day, and you need to be the one that's leading the charge. They work for you and with you, not against you.
Now, what are the 5 folders for?
I started off for medical, educational, all my applications, which was for various and sundry things, Social Security, disability, and receipts, because to me, I wanted to be able to prove everything that I had been doing. And in the end, I will tell you that Kaylee had encountered somebody out in our front yard, and she had called CPS, Child Protective Services, and I pulled out my binders have grown. They're about 10 now. And I put them on the table, and I studied every Supreme Court decision about how CPS could be handled the night before. And so this lady sat in the room, and I said, what would you like to know? Because I had my Constitution, I had all of the disability bills of rights, I had all these documents. And the Child Protective Services person, who usually people are afraid of and to deal with, I was like, please tell me what I haven't done. And she's like, and then she hands me this piece of paper after I went down everything I had done. And she's like, you've kind of done everything on this list, and this makes no sense. And so for me, that was a validating moment that I had done everything for my daughter. So basically, it's empowering yourself so that if you get somebody who drops into your life and they're determined to make you look the villain or you being inadequate, having that information empowers you and doesn't make you, it makes you look smarter.
Yeah.
And they will abdicate. It's better to abdicate in that situation, because then
you're in the middle of chaos, and you've really found a way of organizing that chaos and being very systematic about it. I love that.
I was a project manager before I became a stay-at-home mom, but now I'm a caretaker. But it doesn't matter to me. People say you're a stay-at-home mom, and I'm like, actually, I'm actually in in-home support services, and I take care of my daughter who has a cognitive disability. And people go, well, isn't that a stay-at-home mom? And I'm like, there's nothing wrong with being a stay-at-home mom, but technically, it's very different when you are making sure it's like super stay-at-home mom level. And I just think that they undervalue stay-at-home moms, but throwing everybody into, oh, you're a stay-at-home mom is so disenchanting to real stay-at-home moms who don't get paid to do it. They literally are at home. I'm blessed that there is a program in California that is called In-Home Support Services that allows me to take care of my daughter and be available for her every situation. And it does come up. And not everybody in the United States has access to that. And it's devastating to think, for me, that other parents out there, and I did meet a few of them in line, and I was able to give them tiny bits of what I had learned, like in different lines. But it's devastating to hear, my wife had to give up her career to do this, and we're really struggling. And it's like, it costs the healthcare system more to pay a specialist to be in home support services than it would to build a program in which the state pays you to make sure your kid is safe, and they don't have to have an outside source.
That's just fantastic. Now, I'll end our interview with this question. There's so much here. One, people can get hold of you through your website, right? mistymwealth.com.
Yep. Twitter. I don't use Twitter much. It's there. Instagram is probably the most. I'm also on Facebook.
Okay.
It's all on my website. If you just click the links, they're there. And on the bottom, it has like the recent posts. I've got blogs going up. And with my book coming out in July, that's where all of the stuff is going to network from out into the world.
Okay, fantastic. So is there anything I should have asked you and I left out?
No. I think that it is remarkable for you to have built a network for women to help other women or men or whoever needs it, because the number one thing that I know for a fact is when you're dealing with stressful situations, and sometimes you don't think you have one more ounce of strength to get through it, knowing that you are not alone in this world means the world of difference between giving up and finding a new way to approach something. And I always say failure is the first attempt at learning, and really it's more of, let's look at this from a different perspective and see how we can climb out of the hole we're in. There's a joke in the disability community, or disability parenting specifically community, that the governments or agencies or all these people will walk by you as you're in the bottom of a hole, and it will be a disability parent who comes running with a ladder and a rope saying, I've been in that hole, I know how to get out of that hole, here's the rope, here's the ladder, let's do this together. And that's really how I feel about it. Like, it takes a village, and we've really gotten so far away from that village. And so this is the next most amazing thing, is to have a village coming back.
Thank you so much. Thank you to everybody who's tuned in today. The movement is attracting some phenomenal women from all walks of life. If you know somebody with a child who is challenged, anybody who's needing help in this arena, please get hold of Misty. I'll be back again tomorrow with yet another amazing guest. In the meantime, have a fantastic day, morning, or evening, wherever you are in the world. And thanks again, Misty. Bye for now.
You're so welcome. Bye-bye.
Oh, that was just, she just has done so much. I thought I was organized.
That is an interesting story. Hello, Belinda.
Hi,
How
Belinda.
are you today?
Wonderful to have you with us today.
Yes, thank you. I'm here just for a short time. That's my workplace behind me, the Robertson Hotel, where
All
I'm
right.
running lots of weddings and of course Mother's Day this weekend and all that sort of thing. So it's full on.
Everything is hectic.
So it's
Belinda
lovely
meets
to come in.
Terry.
And hi, Terry.
Hi.
Terry has kindly stepped in as the voice for her story. So
Awesome.
I've just been in the background and she's been running the machine. So it's good
Awesome.
that she could come and get a feel of what we're doing. It would be lovely for you to tell us your story before we play our next video so people get to know you a little bit.
Oh, I have so many stories. I have so many stories. I wouldn't know where to start. So many stories. I've had a very varied life. I started in hospitality and then went teaching. I've taught through every sector from primary through to adult education. I have taught hospitality and food and everything like that too. More recently, I've run a wedding venue and I'm running another one now and helping them set up programs and systems for their place. I've lived all over the world, from Edinburgh to Libya to New Guinea to New Zealand to now Australia. And yes, looking for the next phase of my life and what I want to go forward and project going into my future. So that's it in a nutshell. I've got lots and lots of stories, but yeah, that's it in a nutshell at the moment.
That's awesome. It's wonderful to have you with us. So I wanted you to get a feel of how we run the summit.
Yes.
Fortunately, we had a whole lot of pre-recorded interviews.
Mm-hmm.
So Terry will read the bio, I'll cue up the video, and then we have a little Q&A session at the end of each video. So you can relax and just enjoy the next one and come back on when we have our little panel discussion for 5 minutes after each video.
Okay, fantastic.
I'm aware that you have to multitask, and if you need to go, just use the chat to say, hey, got a dash, we understand. Just great
That's
that you.
okay. I'm meant to be at work as well, so I'm still at home at the moment. But yeah.
Okay, awesome. So Terry, who have we got next?
Okay, we have Elise Hunt. She began her writing her freshman year in high school. She's had a very and still does have a very active imagination. She would put on little plays in her bathroom where the man always got the girl, of course. I am a lover of romance, she states. May they be black and white movies or modern day scenarios. Love is key in my worldview. She places her characters in scenes or instances where they would not normally see them. African Americans as kings and queens or shifters, curvier women or huskier men getting the love and respect they deserve. Veterans or active military fighting a battle, they think that they can't win and finding a love that tells them they can. I love to leave people feeling good and hopeful with my writing. It's a passion she's had for a long time, a gift that keeps on giving to her time and time again. I present to you Elise Hunt.
Hi, I'm Elise Hunt, also known as EA Hunt. I am based in Atlanta, Georgia, USA, and I am 42 years old. I am a published author for Amazon Kindle under the name of EA Hunt. I have been writing since I was a freshman in high school. In that time, I learned that my creativity is what pretty much defines me. I would put on little shows in my bedroom and sometimes in my bathroom of a beginning, a middle, and an end. And in those shows, there would always be this bit of strife that the main characters, which happen to be me, and an imaginary hero in my stories, they would have to go through something in order to find their happy ending. That led me to my writing. I have several flash drives and totes that have stories in them. Some are finished, some are not finished, but they are always filled with love. They're always filled with something that everyone is looking for. No matter your race, your creed, where you are located at, you are looking for love. And I try to put that forth in my books. I try to make sure that everyone kind of gets their comeuppance if you're a villain, or even if you're not a villain and you're someone that stands in the way a little bit of the main characters finding their happy ending, then you always get something you're not expecting. You can be rejected, or you can just kind of fade away in the story. That's how I do it. Uh, I always find that being creative is a little difficult. I am a bit of a procrastinator. I'm sure a lot of people in the world are. So when I start a new book, I always procrastinate. I will write a couple of chapters and then stop and not pick it up again for a few days, which kind of frustrates my editor, I believe, because she's always expecting a story at a certain time that I've given her. And it never really comes on time. It's always 24 hours late. But my stories are always filled with exotic locales. Well, places I feel are exotic because I haven't gone too many places, but they're always filled with interesting locations. They're always filled with interesting people. May they be side characters or main characters. I find myself pulling inspiration from people around me or just my life in general. I've written several stories about single moms or single dads because I am a single mom. I have a 22-year-old daughter and I have a 7-year-old daughter. And I always want to put out there that single parents need love too. They may have a tough time finding it, um, but they need it too. They need someone they can bounce something off of, or someone that can hold them when they're having a bad day or when they're having a good day. So I give people hope. I hope that I give people hope when they read my stories, so that they can see that there is someone out there for them. There is a person that just hasn't met them yet, that they haven't been in, um, they haven't walked the path with them yet or crossed their path, is a better way of saying that. Um, some people do ask me where all this creativity comes from, and I tell them it comes from my late mother, that she believed in watching her stories, which were the soap operas. And she watched them, but she also was a writer in her younger years. My grandmother, her mother, told me that she would write and that she'd always dreamed of becoming a writer, but she became a mom. So we kind of we kind of hindered her a tad bit from becoming a writer.
What an amazing story. Not
Thank
many
you.
people have the courage to put pen to paper. They say that the richest places in the world are graveyards because they're full of people who had amazing stories, interesting ideas, and they didn't have the courage to write it down. So if there was somebody like that right now who's watching this interview and is needing some advice based on what you've learned about your writing, what 3 nuggets of wisdom would you give them so they can get
um,
started?
One of the nuggets of wisdom I would give them was to just start. I literally, any book that I have 5 different versions of it. There's the one where I just sit down and just straight write. There's a version where I go back and change things. There's a third version that actually makes it to the editor. But then when the editor sends it back to me, I go through it one more time to make sure that I have put everything in there that I need to. So if you just sit down and just start writing, that is how you get started. You can sit and have a story in your head forever and never put it pen to paper. But if you get a pen and paper, or you get an app on your phone and just start writing, then everything will flow. Another thing I would tell a budding author is, once you have it the way that you want it, make sure you get a great editor. I've had several over the time that I've been doing this, and they have all been great. They've all been amazing. And I love each and every one of them because they've helped me move on in my journey. And the third thing I would tell someone is, don't get discouraged. Everyone gets a bad review. You can be the greatest actor in the world, and someone will not like what you've done. So if you do get a bad review, I know I've had several, take the time, take a breath, and then if this is something that's in your heart, that you feel is in your soul, then do it again. Keep putting it out there. I have several novels that are out there that some people have given me 1-star reviews on, or given me 2-star reviews on it. I've had a little bit of depression about it, but I still move on with it. Because this is in my heart, it's in my soul, and I love doing it.
Yeah, I think the main focus is do what you love, right?
Yes,
Regardless of what other people think.
yes,
And the
completely.
problem is that most of the times we're looking for affirmation from outside of ourselves, from people around us. And when we don't get it, we get disappointed. Yeah, I don't read reviews because there's so many negative people out there.
There
And
are.
one of the things I've also learned is that there's a 33% rule to anything you'll do in life, whether you're writing a book, you're selling a service, or you're selling a product. 33% of people will love you, they will adore you, they'll read everything you write. 33% of people will hate you. They are the haters out there. So be prepared for it.
Yes.
And 33% of people just don't give a damn. They're just not interested. It's not their thing. They don't pay attention. So you will find your little niche of the 33% who get you, who love you, who will consume all of your content. So that is a beautiful reminder as well. So let's now take you forward to your future.
Okay.
You're now 100 years old. You have your grandchildren, your great-grandchildren, your dogs and your cats surrounding you as you sit on your porch watching the sun go down. If you could have a conversation with that future you, based on how you're living your life right now, what would you say to her?
Everything's going to be okay. You will have your downtime. You will have your times where you think you can't make it, but everything's fine. Everything's going to work out one way or the other. I am a firm believer in karma. I'm a firm believer in fate. So fate moves you about the way that it's supposed to. So you can have a bad day, but the next day could be a great day. Or you can feel like you're going to be alone for the rest of your life, but that's not true. You'll find your soulmate. You'll find someone who understands you. So I believe if 100-year-old me could talk to younger me, that's what they would say, that everything's going to work out the way it's supposed to. You're going to live the life that you are supposed to live, and you're going to move through life the way you're supposed to move through it.
Oh, I love that. So, what is your creative writing process? You know, we all have ways that things come to us. For me, sometimes I wake up and I've got a poem full in my head and I can't write it down fast enough. Or something will happen during the day that then develops into a story. What is your writing process?
Something has happened during the day, and it is a full story. My process is twofold, actually. I could be sleeping and then wake up, and the beginning of a story or the middle of a story is just flowing in my head. Or I can walk down the street and I see this guy staring at this lady and he wants to talk to her. And then I'm like, that would be an interesting scene in a story. What story can I write around this 5-second moment that I've had? So I started a new job. And while I was starting my new job, a story came to me while I'm sitting at the desk. So I had to get out my phone and put down at least an outline of it. So my process is just everyday life. I could be sitting in my car and a story will come to me. It just it's how my brain works, and it's how I can process and make everything flow smoothly onto paper.
Oh, I love that. I love it. So you're really an observer of life. You don't let anything go past you. Yeah, it's all I take mental pictures. It's almost like my brain takes a snapshot. Like you're saying, the guy who's looking at a woman, I come home with mental pictures of these potential scenes that can unfold into a magical romantic story, for
Yes.
example.
Yes, exactly. And it's very interesting. My very first novel was actually a dream. Like I had a whole dream about this couple, and when I woke up I just knew that it needed to be written, and it ended up being like 200 pages, but
Oh,
it was just something that
wow.
I just had to do it. I had to put it down and make sure that I had everything perfect for it.
Oh, I absolutely love this. And so now with your writing, how can people find you? Where do they find your books? Is it on your website? Is it on Amazon?
Okay, so I have a website, which is EA Hunt Publishing. Um, I also am on Amazon, Goodreads, Booksprout, and I have an Instagram page that is EA Hunt Official. So all links and all books are on those different platforms.
Fantastic. Well, I'm really looking forward to seeing how we can interact and play with you going forwards. We have a lot of aspiring writers within our circle who could do with your help. Do you coach other people to write as well?
I do. I've had family members or friends of family members ask me what they need to do, and I give them advice. I tell them interviews like what I'm doing with you guys helps, but your first step is to actually just sit down and start writing. Just sit
Yeah,
down and start um, find something that'll motivate you to start moving. Because the first step for anything is just to take that step. Is to
yeah,
actually just. I was fearful of putting my first novel out, thinking people would hate it, but they didn't. They loved it, and I'm still loved. And that was almost 10 years ago. So the first step is to actually take that leap. Is to actually start just writing.
fantastic. Well, thank you so much for coming online. Is there anything I should have asked you that I left out of this interview?
No, I think you have everything. I think we've covered it all.
Awesome. Thank you so much. And thank you to everybody who tuned in today. The Her Story movement is attracting some phenomenal women, talented, creative, who are sharing their stories to uplift and inspire. So be back again tomorrow when I interview yet another fascinating guest. In the meantime, have a good day wherever you are in the world, and bye for now. Thank you so much for the interview.
You're welcome. Thank you. Bye.
Well, I've learned quite a bit from that video as a first time writer. uh, I am so busy trying to put everything in its place instead of just letting my imagination go. And I could probably get through that story. What do you think? Get that
You
book
have to let
written.
go.
Yeah, yeah. Well, I'm learning. I'm
Well, it's
learning.
a good
It's
point.
kind of
That's a
hard
good start.
at the age of 72 to let things go. But so far, I'm working on it, right?
Well, her point was really good that you just have to start, don't you? As I was saying before, I have so many stories, but I've never started. And even my father said to me yesterday, oh my goodness, after having met the corrective services minister at a function I did the other night, you've got so many stories, you've got to write them down. Start journaling. He said, every day you've got new stories. So, yeah. It's
We need to
interesting, isn't
capture
it?
those stories, Belinda.
Oh, I never have time, darling. You know me, I'm working hundreds of hours a week. So yeah,
I'll show you a process called How to Write a Book in 40 Hours.
yes,
My first book took me 18 years to write.
yes,
And then I got an opportunity to help out with ANZ and National Bank when they merged.
yes,
I was hired to work as a change agent. They had 650 people in a building in downtown Wellington who were not getting on because of the merger.
yes,
And one of the bank managers knew that I work in the corporate world in this space, and I was hired to help shift the staff morale for that organization. And I went in, and everything I do is around storytelling. And I pulled out 10 stories of my major life challenges. And I did the same presentation 6 times that day.
hmm,
They would bring in their staff, 100, 120 people at a time. And I made them sit down and get a feedback form when they sat down. And I said, today's presentation is based on a book I want to write. It's called It's Not About What Happens That Matters. So as I'm speaking, please just write down anything that resonates or ask any questions if something doesn't make sense. And if you want a copy of this book, it's $35, tick here, and you can pre-order. I pre-sold 485 copies of a book that didn't exist that day. People ordered a book based on a concept that I had in my head that morning. And so what I did is I took all of the questions they asked and all of the comments and got my virtual assistant to collate the common thread of questions. And I got out my phone and I just recorded myself answering the questions with stories around each of those questions. We transcribed the audio, and that got the first draft of the book out of my head in 10 hours. Once the transcription was written, I brought in my editors. It took us 40 hours to publish that book on Amazon and Kindle. So what I'm saying is writing doesn't have to be hard. If you can speak, you can write.
hmm,
The reason why people don't write is because they think they have to sit down at a computer and get really clear. You don't.
hmm,
You have to flesh out just bullet points, what you want to say in each chapter, and just pull out your phone and record it. All of these stories you're talking about, you can
hmm,
capture them literally every evening. When I speak for an hour, I can generate 10 to 15 pages of text.
hmm,
So it's a fast process. And then your editor comes in and cleans up all of the grammar and how to structure it. Even the way you were saying, Terry, you're not sure where to start, just start anywhere. Your editor will come in and help reformat the text. My first book starts the day that I left Africa, and I have sections in the book where I'm in my kitchen in New Zealand. I'm cooking pumpkin leaves and peanut butter sauce. And the smell of the peanut butter takes me to a childhood memory of my grandmother. She used to put peanut butter in everything. That was the only protein, nutritional value we had, right? So that's a very strong memory for my childhood. So you can weave your readers in and out of your timeline. It doesn't have to be written in a chronological order. You can start anywhere and go back and go forwards and go back again. So we're going to have fun publishing your book, Belinda.
Yay!
And I'll get
I
a
love
chance
it.
to interview you.
Yes,
yeah,
exactly. We could just interview you and pull out all of those stories.
yes.
Fantastic. Who do we have next, Terry?
We have Lily Oliver, and I will give you her bio. Lily has a background education and is certified in aged care and child care. She had completed three quarters of her bachelor's of nursing prior to her severe decline in health and subsequent battle within the government healthcare system to obtain adequate intervention and treatment for a very complex medical condition. She had been diagnosed with complex PTSD, DID, and subsequent hypermobile Ehlers Danlos syndrome with multiple comorbidities. She's been struggling, and she has entitled her story, A Life Without Trauma. Imagine the Potential. I introduce to you Lily Oliver.
Hi, my name is Lillian Oliver. I'm from Abbotsford, Victoria. I'm 27 years old, and yeah, this is my story. I have been diagnosed with quite a rare hereditary condition that affects the connective tissue throughout the body. I do have quite a few family members that are affected by this condition. My story sort of starts about 5 years ago when I started to degenerate. I was in my third year of nursing and I sort of fell to the ground with a numb leg. We tried for many months to try and find out what was going wrong with me. However, the experts didn't really know. We ended up getting in some specialists from around Victoria who were able to sort of help us out on the way for my diagnosis. And I was diagnosed with something called Ehlers-Danlos syndrome. As a consequence of this, I developed some severe instability at the top of my neck that connects my skull to my neck. And I've had some pretty serious symptoms involved since then. I had an accident back last year on the 19th of November that has actually left me in my bed quite unwell, with my heart stopping multiple times a day. We've attempted to get help from a lot of the specialists throughout Victoria, including neurosurgeons and orthopedic surgeons and a whole host of specialists that just really had no idea about my condition or how to treat me. And it's the symptoms that I'm displaying now are quite rare. Basically, I've been left in my bed by the government healthcare system at this stage. And I've been receiving 24-hour nursing care for about since the 26th of December. We're attempting to try and raise some awareness for other people who may be in the same position, who may not have a strong voice like I do. I have a medical background, as I said, and quite a strong understanding of this condition, as I've had to do my own research to find out what was wrong with my own family. So as a result, I'm just trying to spread my story as far as it may go to try and give people an understanding of what goes on behind closed doors. This is quite a distressing time. It has been very hard on me and my loved ones around me. We've attempted every avenue of trying to get help at this stage, and now have sort of resorted in having to go via the media to spread the story. It's come to my attention that there's not really any experts available over here in Australia. I've spoken to many experts from overseas, and a lot of them have advised me that this condition is actually quite a death sentence in Australia. There's not many viable treatments available, none that would be applicable to me at this stage with the severity of my symptoms. And yeah, as I said, I've been left now just to have to deal with this on my own. The hope is that we can get the right specialists involved and the right people in place to be able to help me to stabilize my condition. So this condition is actually related straight back to complex post-traumatic stress disorder. It's generational. It's related to generational trauma as well. So as you're stuck in a fight or flight state, the cortisol and the adrenaline that is produced throughout your body, if it is not released in a if you're not taught how to release those chemicals within your body, they will eat down at your soft tissues and they will break down those soft tissues. So for me, it has actually broken down the ligaments within my spine, particularly in my upper spine at C1. This is quite a severe injury that I've caused myself. And so at the moment, the only thing that's really helping me with any sort of relief is this yoga mat that I have underneath my neck, which funnily enough is just keeping height to stabilize those symptoms. I require the application of a halo brace to stabilize things further and so that I can access the treatments from overseas. I've been working quite closely and speaking with the Ehlers-Danlos Society, who specialises in Ehlers-Danlos, obviously, and are advocating quite heavily for centres of excellence to be produced across the world. These would be trauma-informed centres that have all experts available at all times so that people like me or people in the similar positions who have found themselves with severe and rare conditions can go straight there for help. I'm trying to raise awareness for this condition in particular and trying to raise the funds to produce a centre of excellence here in Melbourne one day. Yeah, so that's my dream and that's my wish, is to get to as many people as I can and just to show people that they're not alone, that this is well understood in many other countries. Even though there might not be many resources here in Australia, there are always people there that understand what you're going through. It's just about finding them. And I hope that I can have more people come in to help me along the way.
You have an incredible story, Lily. Just absolutely amazing. And your positivity, you seem like a very strong young woman. So take us back a little bit so people can understand, what were the symptoms when you started to get ill? How does it manifest?
Yeah, so I've been very unwell since I was a child. When I was around 3 months old, I was failure to thrive. So I was losing a lot of weight. I wasn't thriving as a normal infant should. As the years went on, things such as, baseline pain level was always present during childhood. I was always seeing stars whilst I was walking around, was quite dizzy. And I obviously did not know this was not normal. As things started to progress, my joints started to break down. So I began having hip dysplasia issues. My hips would dislocate if I would squat down or move in a certain way. And then it sort of worked and progressed its way up to my complete spine. So I was a childcare worker for quite a few years and I was quite disabled by the pain whilst I was working. I was taught to believe that this was normal by not only, my family who had this very similar symptoms, but also the medical professionals that I tried to contact. In fact, a lot of the time that I've been trying to get help, this has been put down as a psychosomatic disorder. And I would like to let people know that any type of pain at any time throughout the day is not normal and should be investigated further if it's prolonged or is not seeming to go anywhere with pain relief or with rest and exercise. So nothing that I have been able to do for the past 5 years has really slowed down this progression. It all sort of escalated towards the end of my degree when I dislocated my leg and my hip and fell to the ground with a numb leg.
Wow. Now, you mentioned that this condition is hereditary and generational.
Yes.
What is the generational trauma in your family that you have identified that has led to this?
So if I go all the way back, we were actually first bleeders. So we were convicts that were brought over from England, I think, and a few other countries. I can't trace it back too far. My dad's history is quite skewy. My grandmother also had quite a lot of hospital traumas herself, as well as family domestic violence that has continued on throughout our generations as well, and is still quite ongoing, if I'm honest. I'm attempting to sort of learn these things myself so that I can change these generational traumatic events so that they don't happen again for the next generation. I believe that education is key, and that with educating parents and children and young adults of the effects of trauma and how it can affect your body, I believe we can prevent this from happening to many more people around the world. It is considered quite a uncommon thing. However, it is a spectrum. It's actually related back to autism. So autism is actually just a heightened sense of awareness, as they believe. Goes back to caveman days. So if your parents were attacked by a tiger, you're then born with those extra senses. You can smell and taste and feel better, so you can sense those tigers. Now, as you grow up and you sustain more trauma, that is where the other mental health disorders sort of come into play. So we're all quite very much on the spectrum, both with our autistic symptoms as well as with the degeneration of our bodies going along with that. So typically the more basically the higher on the spectrum you are for autism, the more likely you are to have quite severe EDS. For my case, obviously, I can communicate quite well, but I have difficulties in other areas as well where I've been stunted from this trauma. So, yeah.
Wow. It is a very, very challenging life.
Yeah, definitely.
How did you cope when you were little, going to school, playing with other kids? What were your coping mechanisms?
So I guess I was very chatty. I've always been very outgoing, very chatty, love to make friends. So I would just sort of talk away anything that would come up. I was a very anxious kid. No one really could see that beyond the surface though. So for my family, masking was a very good way for us to fly under the radar. So if someone would come close or try to probe or ask what's been going on, my family's immediate reaction would be, oh, nothing, we're fine, everything's all good here, like don't probe any further. So people just didn't, and I flew under the radar. It became very apparent more for me whilst doing my nursing degree, just throughout my own mental health course, realizing that I didn't have a normal thought pattern, that these feelings that I'd had, the pain, the anxiety and things like that was not normal for a person to be going through. But as I said, this was quite normalized throughout within my family. So it wasn't something that I felt I needed to be concerned about until it was too late, really.
Now, you want to start a movement. Tell us about the movement and the vision you have around that.
Yes. So I have had this thought for quite a while now. Basically, I believe that the way that our countries are being run is quite, it's causing quite a lot of destruction throughout the education system, throughout the healthcare system, all different government run services. I feel like they're not being run to the best of their capacity. I believe that something more towards the view of the World Health Organization. So having the best doctor, the best nurse, the best police officer, the best educator, be in charge of the funds for that area and ensuring that they are fully funded and running smoothly, as they're really the experts in their fields. I believe that one person making the decisions for these funds is just too much power, and it's not being handled correctly. I think with COVID and with what's going on within the healthcare systems now, and me being in this position in the way that I am is good proof that things are just not running the way they should be. People are not being addressed and people are falling through the cracks, and it's detrimental to their health. And I just feel like there's just not enough understanding there. We're not collaborating in a way that we should be and working more inclusively.
So it sounds like there's a lot of work that needs to be done on a government level to address these issues, right?
Yes, definitely. I think so.
So what would be the ideal outcome of your campaign?
So the ideal outcome, which we've already started in the right steps towards, we've created a website by the name of Touch of Joy International, which is basically going to become a registry. So we would love for the whole of Victoria to come under a trauma-informed scheme. So basically throughout the education system, throughout healthcare system, and even in jails and prison cells and rehabilitation services, for all of them to be trauma-informed, to help people to rehabilitate, go back to their lives, to live a fulfilled life, and to prevent injuries like this from happening in the future to our generations. Like, I can forgive people for doing the best with the knowledge that they have at the time, but once you know better, you should be doing better. And I feel like we definitely have more than enough evidence to prove here that trauma has quite a big effect on people, including people such as myself that have just been through generational trauma, as I spoke about earlier, but also our Indigenous communities, to which I have quite a few friends that I'm quite close with. They're like more like sisters that both have gone through this, stolen generations and loss of their land. I feel like a lot of these people need to be supported. They need to be heard, and they need to be able to have a safe place to tell their story.
That is amazing. Well, I tell you, you have your work cut out for you.
Yeah, I know that one.
Love the fact that you are using the power of your voice despite being in bed, feeling unwell, out there spreading and sharing and bringing an awareness to this issue.
Thank you. I have to do something with it.
You have to. And sometimes, when you focus on something that is not you, it also distracts from the pain and the discomfort that you're having. And just knowing that everything you're doing is going to help somebody else.
Exactly.
So please don't tire.
I'll try not to.
And just know that our movement is behind you in every way we can. I would love to show this video at our next conference in May. From the 1st to the 10th of May, we're having an International Women's Conference. So I will edit this video and share it with that community as well.
That would be amazing.
To end our interview, how can people help you? What action steps can we take to help you?
So I would love for everyone, all people throughout Australia, it's estimated that there's around 5.5 million people that have sustained their own CPTSD or generational trauma. I would love that if you feel comfortable to share your own story. Also, if you are in the field of work in which you have been become trauma informed, or you would like to become trauma informed, I would like you to reach out to us on Touch of Joy or through any of the videos that I've produced here, and I've got a few others on Instagram as well. I'd just really like for people to step forward and help to collaborate and join our cause to try and build a new movement so that we can all live a much fairer life. And a life without trauma is my dream.
Fantastic. Lily, thank you so much for coming online and sharing with us today.
Thank you for having me.
And thank you to everybody who tuned in. Please go onto the website touchofjoyinternational.com, connect with Lily, come forward and share your own personal trauma story. The more stories she gets, the bigger this movement grows as well. Thank you, everybody. I'll be back again tomorrow with yet another amazing person sharing her story. In the meantime, have a fantastic day, morning, or evening, wherever you are in the world. And bye for now. Thank you, Lily.
Thank you so much for having me. Bye.
Wow. Another incredible story. It's very humbling when you see someone who is laid up in bed and is actively advocating for a cause like this and bringing an awareness. See, Belinda, these are the stories that make me wake up every morning.
Yes, with a
and
bounce
do what
in your
I do.
Yes. Well, look, I was so inspired by that conference we had at my other place, listening to everyone's stories. In fact, I stayed in contact with a number of those people who I haven't contacted yet, but I should do because a lot of them were in Sydney, weren't they?
Yes,
Yes.
yes.
Yeah.
So Terry, our first New Zealand conference was held at Belinda's venue. My daughter actually got married by Belinda. She had an
Yes.
amazing property in Wellington. That's how we met. And we had our first event at her beautiful venue here in Wellington. And so this is where this relationship kind of comes from, and her being inspired by just the power of what that event did.
Yeah.
I'm still in touch with all those women. It's just incredible, the
Mm.
friendships and relationships that have continued since.
Well, I think hearing each other's stories sort of builds everyone up, doesn't it? It makes you reflect on your own position in life and where you want to be, and it challenges you to go to new horizons. So, yeah, no, very, very powerful, and I'm excited. I think we should be doing events all around Australia like that, and I can
Yeah,
offer my hotel for the first one. There you go.
there we go. I love that. And so, with this young woman, my thoughts are she is needing to grow her tribe. One of the things I've gotten really good at is helping other people grow their own followings. So, for her message to be amplified, she needs to attract more people who have this condition, who have a common mission and vision. Um, and that's what we're going to be doing with our Swedish partners. Belinda, you'll get to meet them very soon.
Mm-hmm.
But they've given us a platform where we can put all of our content, connect the community, and attract investors in social impact projects.
Mm.
So every woman who's coming to share a story has to bring something that has a social impact.
Mm.
It could be something
Well,
personal like Lily. It could be something where you're helping in your own community.
yes. Well, I know that my son has the dreadful Crohn's condition. He's at top of the spectrum with that, and my second daughter also has it in a slightly less way, but still very debilitating. So, I know the challenges that we've faced with all that. So, that's something that you just think is a very debilitating disease for people that are trying to function in normal life, and there's not a lot of help, especially in Australia. I think New Zealand was a little bit better, but it's interesting when you have to walk along someone doing that journey. So
So you've had two of your kids. Yeah.
yes.
And you see, those are the things, right? A lot of families are suffering in silence,
Mm,
just doing what they can with the resources that are available. But
mm,
it's when we start amplifying these stories and shining a light on them that government departments will react, the Ministry of Health will do more.
yes.
So that's really what excites me about this work. We're coming in from the outside and we are just amplifying these voices and these stories
Mm,
through our podcast, through the events, through the magazine, through
mm,
the HerStory TV on YouTube. And you'll then find that there's a wider community globally, Belinda, who have the same conditions. It's
yes.
not just
Mm,
going to be in Australia, it could be in the UK, it could be in the US.
mm,
But it's when people come together and collaborate, that's when we have force.
absolutely. So, with these live sessions, Gertrude, how do you know who's on board with you? Do you have a tally of that, of where people are listening from, etc.?
In terms of the broadcasting of our content,
Yes.
we get the stats from YouTube. So YouTube
Yep.
is really good. It can tell you exactly who's tuned in from where.
Oh, fantastic.
And yeah, and what happens with the live broadcasts, like now you can see at the top of the screen,
Yep.
there's been comments. Right now, there's nobody actually viewing this
Yep.
recording.
Yep.
However, it's live and it stays online and people watch it afterwards. So it
Yep.
actually doesn't matter if we don't have anybody watching us while we're going. People do watch it later.
Yep.
And we then go back into these videos and we tag them with the right keywords.
Yes.
We even break up the conference videos into smaller videos. So just the 15 minutes of the person speaking. And we tag and use hashtags with the keywords of what that presentation was about. So there's a lot of work we now need to do with the content to make sure that it gets found. We're
Absolutely.
also creating a TikTok account. So you might notice that whenever I ask a question, I go off camera.
Yep.
I'm doing that very deliberately to make sure that the person I'm interviewing is on screen. So we can pull out 2-minute, 3-minute little videos that can be repurposed for TikTok and Instagram. So we're distributing the content on multiple platforms, leading people back to the main video.
I've lost you.
Is that you've lost me in terms of the jargon, or as my sound cut out? Can you guys hear me?
I can hear
I
you.
can hear you now.
Okay. So something happened to the connection.
Mhm.
Yeah, so that's what we're doing. And part of what we're doing with the reality TV show, Belinda, is I've looked and studied reality TV shows over the years. American Voice, The Idol, all of those musicians gain popularity through the competition, right?
Yes.
You have millions of people watching them from all over the world. However, unless you win, a lot of these people don't get anything. They are forced to sign contracts with the filmmakers that tie them up. They can't even use their celebrity status to
Yeah.
benefit themselves. Now, our show is going to be different in the sense that it's designed to benefit the participants who are taking part in the show.
Yeah.
So, all of the women who will take part in this reality TV show will be able to use their influence to raise funds for the social impact project that they're supporting. So
Right.
instead of 1 million people following you on Facebook or YouTube and just voting for you, what if we had a crowdfunding platform where the 1 million people could give you $1? You want to
Yes.
micro fundraise for these projects.
Oh, look,
Lily's
that's always been, I've thought of that idea so long ago, and it's just such a great idea. Yeah, I totally do. And to your credit, you're starting it. So that's excellent.
Yeah, I've always looked at reality TV shows and they're very frivolous and of course
Awful.
dramatized. They will use the drama they really don't portray the true picture of the people
No.
who are involved. And so I really want to create something completely new, a completely different paradigm where we're using social influence for good.
Yeah, well, you
Where,
still need that entertainment factor, unfortunately, but to make a hit of it.
but you
But
can still incorporate that, but in an honest way.
yes,
Like from the stories that I've captured so far, the first 100 women we've selected,
yeah,
they have such unusual stories. I can see us being able to position the stories in a very entertaining way where people will be watching and then they discover something about somebody that they hadn't actually known about from the beginning. Does that make sense?
yeah,
So you can still have dramatic storytelling in the truth. It doesn't always have to be dramatized or created for the sake of entertainment.
yep.
So we're
And
going to have a
and
lot of fun.
and well, your sponsors too will come on board for something like that as well. So
Yes, yes. One of our major sponsors is based in Sweden,
yeah,
and they have really seen the big picture in terms of what we're creating.
yeah,
They're the ones who've given us the platform to onboard all of our members, and there's some magical things coming out of that.
yeah.
Yeah, so we're really excited about this.
Exciting.
So if
So
anybody, Mhm. Go
oh
for
no,
it, Belinda.
keep going.
I was going to say, so if anybody out there has a story that you feel is worth sharing, a story that can change the world in some way, please go onto our website and register to be one of our speakers. We are selecting the first 100 women who will come to Melbourne and participate in the Australia Summit and New Zealand as well. You will get to see 7 cities in Australia and probably 10 locations in New Zealand, North and South Island. So go onto the website, theherstorycircle.com, and register to be one of our speakers. You were going to say, Belinda, before I interrupted you.
Oh, that's okay. I was just going to say these things everyone faces. We have challenges every day, don't we? But it's looking at that overall story of someone that's really overcome a huge challenge. You know, it's interesting. I was running a wedding centre, as I said, and broke my foot, just a random accident, and have had to battle through. And guess what? I re-hurt it again the other day, and I'm still battling through. And you think, well, look, it doesn't matter. Women are so resilient and so strong. Mine's a very minor thing, a broken foot, but it's still affected 2 years of my life, you know. And
Wow.
these people that are facing such huge things that I just take my hat off to, people I've worked with in the past, women so resiliently raising children with difficulties, all sorts of things. And I just think women are absolutely incredible. And when I think about the people you admire in life, you know, it always comes back to these amazing women. So, you know, I've been privileged to see and meet so many in my course of work. And it's just so exciting to hear all the stories, you know, and I wish I could have it more. In the cafe I always wanted to hear everyone's story that came in, because everyone has a story. Do you know what I mean? It's just
Yes.
like the Faces of New York or whatever. And it's just such a privilege to hear someone's story. It's, and the fact that it can challenge you and uplift you and so forth. I think it's like, it's a real bonus in what you're doing, and gives us that joy uplift each day.
And that's it, right? It's about creating positive stories,
Yes.
uplifting stories. There's so much bad news out there. The media just festers on bad, sad stories. What if we created a world where we're putting out positivity into the world and people tune in to be uplifted and inspired instead?
Mm.
So that really excites me. And I remember your cafe, we did talk about my coming and just sitting there and interviewing people
That's
every
right.
day.
And honestly, if I had time, I would have videoed every person coming in and asked them a little bit of their story, because I learned so many people's stories just in that environment, because we had people coming from, you know, New Zealand and all over the world there, and of course brides and weddings, and everyone has stories, and I just love it. So yeah.
Just to give you an idea, Terry, Belinda's venue has got the most exquisite cherry blossoms that come out in September. Is it September, Belinda?
Yes.
And people come from all over the world to see these trees. We timed my daughter's wedding. Well, she timed it. I had nothing to do with it. But I remember the day before the wedding, we were so worried that it might rain, but
Yes.
it was such a perfect day. If you don't mind, Belinda, I'm going to share some pictures of this because this is my story to share today.
Oh, of course.
I have the Facebook photographs right here that I want everybody to see this exquisite venue. So people come from all over the world to this venue, and these cherry blossoms come out at this time of the year. It's just the most exquisite place. That's my little girl. That's Zianda and her husband. And the wedding was just absolutely exquisite.
Oh, she was so beautiful. Stunning couple.
And now we have our little grandson. He is just the most adorable little man. He's now 9 months old. And it all started with your venue, Belinda.
It did, yes.
So if anybody wants to get married in Wellington, it's in a very unusual place. It's just outside of Upper Hutt. One of Wellington's treasures, really. Not many people know about it, but if you want an exquisite wedding destination, this is the place to be. So that's a little plug in for your business, Melinda.
Yeah, well, now of course I was like you, and I got stuck in Australia with the Kiwi bubble. I popped over for my daughter's 21st just for the weekend, and 2 days later, Sydney went into lockdown. So that's why I'm here at the Robertson Hotel, which is in the Southern Highlands of New South Wales, and I'm running the weddings there now. So at the moment, that's what I'm doing, and it's amazing. And every bride has a story again, and I'm just loving working with these wonderful couples. So it's just a real privilege to be involved in such a celebratory time of life.
That is so true.
Yes,
that is so true. So, Miss Terry, where are we with our program? Who do we have next? You're muted, Terry.
I just caught that. Okay, we have Ingrid Denter. Ingrid is a certified emotional freedom technique, EFT, master trainer. She specializes in using the stress relief tool, EFT, to release war trauma in veterans. She is the daughter of a German prisoner of war with nearly 20 years of experience as a coach, professional speaker, and as an internationally renowned bilingual stress release expert. She is helping to reduce stigma around military service and PTSD and create a bridge of mutual understanding, respect, and trust between the civilian and military world. She also serves EMTs, police, firefighters, and first responders who are working on the front lines of COVID. I present to you Ingrid Denter.
Hello, my name is Ingrid Dinter. The accent is German, but I've been living in New Hampshire on the East Coast of the US since late 1999. So what is this now, 23 years? I'm 56, going on to 57 quickly. Can't believe I'm saying that. And yeah, a pivotal moment in my life. So imagine that. I was in my mid 30s, 30, 36, 37. My daughter was about a year old, and she was in her car seat in the back of the car. And I was driving down the road, and I found myself yelling from the top of my lungs, very angry, at a person that wasn't in the car. And I realized that I had stocked up so much anger that I couldn't release. And even though I was very far away from the people that had hurt my feelings, I was still feeling it as it was still happening. And in that moment, I realized that the things that I was so upset about were things that somebody said to me or did, but in a very short amount of time. Sometimes it was a look, sometimes it was something they said, sometimes it were things they did. We all have our share of trauma, for sure. But first of all, they were over. Second of all, I had understood them. And third of all, I thought, why does something that happens in a short moment of time take so many years to get rid of? And I was thinking, what is it that happens in that moment when I get hurt that keeps hurting, even though the event is over and possibly forgiven or understood or whatever, seen in context at the very least. And that started a quest to learn how to release traumatic memories, how to release the the sting of them, how to release the tension, that grip that it still has on people, even if the event is long over. I went through different avenues. A lot of people obviously know Reiki and yoga and things like that. So I became a teacher of both. But I realized at some point when somebody told me about a technique called EFT tapping, which is acupressure on release points on your skin that are right here where I demonstrate. When you do that while you hold a traumatic moment in your mind, the intensity of that moment goes away. And that's what I wanted. I thought, I just want to get rid of this. I've understood it. It's over. It's done. I don't want to feel this anymore. And the person who told me about this shared a website with me. It was emofree.com at the time, Gary Craig's work. And I looked it up and I thought, well, this guy is either a genius or a complete nutcase. I mean, it's one or the other, right? It made no sense to me. The whole thing made no sense to me. But I thought, what do I have to lose? I mean, we'll try it out. If it works, great. If it doesn't work, I have done things in my life before that didn't work and nobody got hurt. So I tried it out and it worked like a charm. I got hooked immediately into learning as much as I possibly could. I researched everything. And from that moment on, that was in 2002, I tried to push this as far as I can, to learn as much as I can, and to see, with anybody I could get my hands on, how to help them as well with their trauma. I realized that trauma is created by helplessness, by moments where we just can't change something. And that helplessness almost, it feels like a fear of dying. I realized how intense that is. And so I developed a way of helping people through these moments, out of those moments, with this technique called EFT tapping. Became a master trainer, taught many classes and all of these things. Now, this helped me personally in 2004 when I was diagnosed with cancer. My daughter was 4. I had stage 2.5 breast cancer. And I realized at that moment that the most important thing I had to do was I had to make a decision to live. And the decision to live is very different from a decision not to die. And that wasn't clear to me until I really thought about the reality that I was trying to negotiate. I want to live, but I need this to change and that to change and the other thing to change. And I thought, if I want to live, then I have to live without any compromise. I have to take whatever is put in front of me and be able to live that life in front of me, right? I don't get to pick and choose. I either want to live or I don't. And I realized that saying I want this life, which was much harder than I thought it would be, because there were a lot of things that didn't work for me. And so I used the tapping and other things to just help me out of that mindset even more, because I realized my life depends on my unwavering willingness to do whatever the heck it takes. It doesn't matter. I need to be here. I need to be here for my daughter. I need to be here to live. And I need to find a way, something that's important for me, a reason why I want to live, right? What makes it worth going through all this? So very long story short, after all sorts of treatments and chemo and radiation, and those of you who've been in my shoes are going through it right now, you know, it's a tough road for everybody. I started teaching EFT. I learned how to work with the veterans. My father was a POW, so prisoner of war in Germany post-World War II. So he was actually captured in a Russian forced labor camp between the age of 23 and 25. So 23, 4, 5, yeah. So it was brutal for him, obviously, surviving that. A lot of his friends didn't. And we grew up understanding that we were never allowed to ask my dad about anything related to his time in the forced labor camp, anything. There are like 3 stories that I know that were shared with us. He was a musician, so he got a little extra food to play at the officers' casino. He said that they took turns who gets the crust of the bread. When the bread was moldy, somebody got a little extra. It was brutal. And he told actually my mom that he could not marry her unless she promised that neither she nor their kids would ever ask him about this time. So I grew up understanding that war trauma was very deep, that I, as a family member of a veteran, have an important role to play in how my dad can live his life. And I realized post-World War II Germany, everybody was traumatized. Everybody knew when somebody said I was a POW, that was intense. There was they were lucky to be back, but they also knew they were not who they were when they went in. And they were young men. And the society as a whole had been through so much that that they were able to hold the trauma without struggling with it. They were respectful. They kept their distance. Nobody ever asked my dad. My dad was very quiet, obviously. But I realized at some point that when I was a teenager, I said, hey, Dad, wouldn't there be a good time to talk about this? And he just flew over the table and went straight in my face. And as if it was, this had just happened, he said, I told you to never, never, never ask me that. So I decided I wanted to learn whatever I can to help veterans. And I realized when I came to this country that the war trauma here in this country, in the US, was being processed so differently by the society and the veterans themselves than what I was used to. I was used to having to just say, my father is a POW. And that was enough for everybody to just shift energy around him and kind of pamper him and have respect. And I noticed that so much of the trauma of the veterans here was actually based on how they were welcomed home, how they were actually oftentimes spit on, called names, baby killers, all these awful names, how they never had a time to process. A lot of them had to actually hide. They took their uniform off and never ever told anybody they were a veteran because it was so controversial, so overwhelmingly prejudiced, and they endured so much. And my heart went out to them, because I thought, this isn't right. These are men and women that have promised to lay down their life for us, right? And they come back and we treat them with so much, so wrong and so judgmental. And even if we today say, I honor you and thank you for your service, there's still a lot of prejudice and a lot of misunderstanding. And so often they just don't really fit into the society. And I wanted to change that. So with EFT, I was invited by the founder of EFT, Gary Craig, to film a documentary with him and a number of other wonderful EFT practitioners and a group of veterans, which was completely life-changing. And the film was out. I did some research studies. I co-authored a book about it. I did co-authored actually some more research studies. So there was a lot that was going on. I really became kind of a voice of this. And then at some point, cancer came back. And that was in 2014. And now my daughter was 14 now. She was born in 2000. And I realized that here we go again. When cancer comes back, you're in trouble. Doctor says, well, they basically say, we can't really cure this, but this is all about quality of life and longevity now. And my question for my doctor then was, is this impossible to cure, or do you just not know how to do it? And he is amazing. And he said, well, according to what we know, where we work, we don't know how to do it. So he said, there's so many medications, you have years ahead of you, not to worry, but curing, that's really not in the cards for you. And I had to figure out in that moment, first of all, I had to go back and say, do I want to live? Yes or no? And I realized in that moment that if I don't go now and find a reason to stay, a real reason to stay, then why would I go through all this, right? And this became even worse. This was in 2004. In the last couple of years, I think all of a sudden things skyrocketed. And this was really pivotal for me because skyrocketed in meaning that my tumor markers just shot through the roof, stuff started to spread, and chemo was brutal. And, you know, this is chemo here. It was brutal. I couldn't walk. I was sick as a dog. I had no energy for on and on. And I just thought, you know, why would I want to have years of this? What's the point? And then I realized that even more in that moment, if I don't find a reason why staying is important, not just for me, but why it makes sense. We all die at some point. Why am I asking for extra years, right? I might as well just say, hey, no more treatment, I'm done. Well, now let's let things take their course. If I don't want this, and if I, you know, have that spiritual desire to stay, then I better have a good reason. And I realized that if I don't now really commit to sharing what I know about the work with veterans, building that bridge between veterans and the civilian world, helping as many people as I possibly can to heal that war trauma inside of them, then I really, you know, this would be a good time to check out. I've saved a lot of lives. We all have in our own ways. I've lived a good life. I've helped a lot of people. My daughter now is, what is this, 22? So she's 22, almost 22 in June. So I better get started on that, right? And then I realized I had to shift my resources. I had to find that has this ever been done before. I had to start implementing things that my doctor didn't know about, because once I do that, then, you know, the diagnosis really doesn't mean anything, because he doesn't, you know, the diagnosis is only as good as the person who gives it to you. And if he doesn't know about, you know, frequency therapy, then he can't predict what the outcome would be if somebody uses this. So I use a lot of frequency therapy and rifing and different things, essential oils, and my tumor markers are as low as they've ever been. So it's very exciting. And I realized that I have a gift and a responsibility, which brought me to beautiful Gertrude here, to share the work about the world about this, about how to help veterans heal. And if I can just say one more thing, when I speak, when I have a keynote, what I usually do is first I have the veterans stand up and honor them. And obviously here in the US, people applaud and share their gratitude. But then I ask them to keep standing. And I say, with the mothers of veterans and the parents of veterans, please stand up. The spouses, the children, the brothers and sisters, the uncles and aunts, the nieces and nephews, the grandparents and the grandchildren. At that moment, the entire room, no matter how big the audience, is standing. We all carry war trauma in our hearts, in our DNA, and with us. And that impacts us. And we need to heal that in us and with our veterans in order to have a different life. And that's kind of my mission in life. And I decided to fight for that. So here I am.
Wow. Ingrid, you have an incredible story. Absolutely incredible. The thing that strikes me the most about your story is that a lot of trauma is internalized. Sorry about this. A host should never have their phone on while they're doing an interview. My apologies. So I was saying a lot of illness comes out of emotional experiences that we have. Do you think that your cancer could have been related to the generational trauma that was passed down to you by your father?
How could it not? Well, the data, the research actually shows that trauma gets handed down through the generations. They did a research, there was one of the studies was published, it was a British research. They did a study on Holocaust survivors. Yes. You know, and they found that even the 2 generations down, they still had DNA mutations. We find that with the energy work that we do, we find that it impacts, it downregulates the amygdala, that fight-flight freeze response in your brain. It impacts your genes. You know, there are 73 genes that are being impacted when you do the work. So there's something that happens when we do this work. The stress hormones get downregulated, the immune system gets upregulated. There's such a connection between how we feel, who we are as people, how
Yes.
our genes have been impacted and gotten hurt through all the things that we've experienced and our ancestors have experienced, and we have responsibility for that.
Hmm. Now, your EFT technique is very, very simple. Explain to people exactly what happens when you're tapping and where you're tapping and why it's so effective.
Happy to. So the what you do is you tap on the endpoints of meridians. There are 4 steps to EFT. The first one is you tune into something that bothers you, right? So and what I'm not saying is the event, but how the event feels to you. So, for example, or an issue. Let's take something very simple. Let's say somebody says, I'm overweight, right? That by itself is just a true, possibly, right? It's just a fact. My question then is, how do you feel about that, right? And they will say, well, I'm sad. How sad are you on a scale of 0 to 10? And they will say, it's a 10, or ashamed or frustrated or whatever it is. So that's what we tap on. We tap on how it feels, how we respond to it, not just the fact that it's there. So we're not looking for solutions. We're looking for how it feels. It's a very different approach. And then what we do is this. We tap on the side of the hand, which is basically halfway between the base of your pinky and your wrist, right here, right? And you just tap on this, on the side of the hand point like this. And you say a statement like this: even though I have this sadness, I completely love and accept myself. Even though I have this sadness, I completely love and accept myself. Even though I have this sadness, I completely love and accept myself. And the reason we say that is because we want to make sure that we're in alignment with letting this go. Sometimes we so identify with a feeling or an event or, something that we're not actually okay with letting it go, or there's a secondary gain in it, a fear of letting it go for some reason. So that's what this takes care of. So we get into alignment. Even though I have the problem, I accept myself. And then very straightforward, easy endpoints of meridians. So you tap on the inside of the eyebrow, just like that. And you just say this sadness. On the outside corner of the eye, this sadness. Under the eye on the bone, this sadness. Between nose and upper lip, this sadness. Between lower lip and chin, this sadness. Under the collarbone, that's when you go down the middle of your throat, you come to a U. Right and left of the U is a little knuckle from your collarbone, and you tap right under that collarbone. The sadness. And the last point is 4 inches below your armpit on the side of your body. So it's not in your armpit, it's actually 4 inches below, 4 inches lower. The sadness. And then at the apex of the ears, which is kind of here, you tap around here and say the sadness. Then you just take a breath and check in with yourself again. And you will notice that most likely that the sadness starts to fade. Very often another feeling comes up, a frustration or a fear or a belief or something else. But you notice that you take layer after layer your response to an issue away. And you can do this with traumatic memories. And, you can do this with basically anything that bothers you. You just use this very straightforward, simple technique and keep taking the charge out of it until it's just gone.
Wow. Now, my last question for you is this. You made a choice to live.
Yeah.
I have had an experience with congestive heart failure, know exactly what you're talking about. I got to realize that living and dying is a choice that we get to make. And you have put your focus on something that makes you want to wake up every day and make a difference. If there's somebody here today who's just been given a diagnosis or cancer, whatever terminal illness, based on how you have come this far and how you're living your life, what 3 nuggets of wisdom can you leave us with today?
I think the first thing is find out if what you really want has ever been done before. So shift your resources. I wondered is there somebody who has ever survived this long term? And then I figured out what they did, and can I do this too? I think that is really important. You have to be willing to do whatever it takes. So not just what the doctor says, or not just the opposite, I would never do. You have to focus on living, and you have to focus on knowing everything you do right now may just be what needs to be done to get there. Be willing to do whatever it takes. And the third one is probably one of them, and find a reason to live, and never quit. Never ever give up. People are either alive or they're dead. Everybody's dying, right? At some point, we're all dead. But until we're dead, we're alive. Nobody dies. Even if somebody says you do, no, you're still alive. Live as if you were, and maximize that joy, because that actually just the biochemistry in your body changes when you're fully aware. I'm alive, and I might as well enjoy it.
Well, I look forward to catching up with you and staying in touch with you, Ingrid. I love the way you live. I know when I got ill, just that brush with death gave me back my life and a full appreciation of what life really is. So thank you for coming online today and sharing your wisdom with our community. I have your website running at the bottom of the screen. If anybody wants to get in touch with Ingrid, or if you know somebody who has gone through a traumatic experience, especially the veterans, please connect with her through her website. And I'll be back again tomorrow, everyone, with yet another amazing guest. In the meantime, have a fantastic day, morning, or evening, wherever you are in the world. And thanks again, Ingrid, for the interview. Bye for now.
Bye-bye.
Welcome back, ladies.
Awesome story.
Another awesome story. We take a lot for granted when we hear about war veterans.
Yes, we do.
And don't really fully understand the traumatic experiences they went through and still go through after they come back from war.
Oh, absolutely. I remember a neighbour of mine down on the south coast, and he had been a prisoner on the River Kwai, and had a debilitating, sickness in his knees and his body, from all the, dreadful treatment. But the thing was, some people went through and were able to get through that trauma somehow. Other people weren't, and they held on to their anger and their grief and their pain, which you can totally understand. But so interesting to know that there's techniques that can help us through trauma and so forth. I was introduced to the tapping technique through a friend who does social work in Brisbane, and she's had such an amazing results with it through her clients, and dealing with all sorts of different kinds of trauma. So I haven't delved deeply into it, but I know I've tried it a few times, and it seems to just help focus your energy.
Yeah, that's true. We were using it a lot in Zimbabwe with the orphaned children that our project supports. We had a lot of little kids who had lost both mom and dad during the AIDS pandemic. And in Africa, there's no counseling, there's no mental health services for these kids. And a woman in New Zealand actually taught me how to tap. So I had a group of women up in the Kapiti Coast who made little teddy bears. They knitted little teddy bears for me. So when we demonstrated to show the kids where to tap, we used the teddy bears.
Yep.
And those women have supported me for years. They make these little bears that I take to Zimbabwe, and I use them for grief counseling for children. So it's a very, very powerful technique.
Amazing.
Very powerful technique. So our next video is a video that I was inspired to put together by one of our sponsors in Sweden. One of the things I failed to do, Terry and Belinda, is to highlight the work I've done so far. When you're in the trenches and doing the social impact work,
you're just doing the work. I have hundreds of videos, thousands of pictures of the children, the women that I support. And so he encouraged me to start putting my videos together so we can go out to social impact investors so they could sponsor the different projects. I've got about 200 projects to share, and this is just one of them. This little video was filmed in my hometown. It was a few weeks after my father died in 2018. I went to Zimbabwe to look after mom. And I noticed that there is so much pollution in our suburb right now. The government is not collecting any refuse. Plastic waste is a big, big problem. So I thought I'll get the kids in the community to collect all of the plastic waste, and we would use the plastic waste to build a library and a school. So this was all just before COVID in 2018, but this is the vision and the dream. I'm going to share one video first, we'll discuss it, and then share the last one before we end. So I am really glad to be able to start showing people the social impact work I've been involved in as well. So here we go.
Fantastic.
Good morning, everybody. This is Gertrude Mache here in beautiful Zimbabwe. I'm coming to you live on HerStory TV, giving you a quick update of my trip to Zimbabwe, the social impact the HerStory conference is going to have in this country. Now, since I came back home, I have observed that there is a lot of litter in our community, in our neighborhood, and it has really been bothering me as to how we can solve the problem of litter, particularly plastic waste in Zimbabwe. I'll show you an example. I'm just a few kilometers away from my mom's house, and because our municipalities are no longer collecting trash, the community are dumping waste all over the place. It is just so frustrating and tragic to see all of this plastic waste all over the neighborhood. It doesn't matter where you look, there is plastic everywhere. And so in trying to find a solution to this problem, I've decided to start a social impact project that not only cleans up the environment, but also supports the children in this community. Now, some of you watched my video last week where I bought some coloring in books and coloring pencils to a group of about 30 little kids in my neighborhood. And the vision I had was to try and support the kids and help them with money for school fees. Now, the way we're going to do it is we're going to start a cleanup operation throughout Kwekwe, incentivizing little children to collect the plastic waste so we can pay for their school fees. We're going to use the plastic waste to build a bottle school and a bottle library. So there are buildings that can be produced using recycled plastic waste. And I'll be sharing a video of what that looks like later today or maybe tomorrow. Thank you for tuning in. I can see Sylvia there in Houston, Texas, Debbie in Australia, Maxine in the UK. Welcome, welcome, welcome to the call. Jenny in New Zealand. Please share this video. This is what I'm trying to do. I'm trying to address the cleanup of our environment and getting rid of all of the plastic waste in my hometown. In a lot of Zimbabwe's towns, our municipal services are not working. The government is not picking up trash anymore. And so communities are forced to just come and dump all of this waste on the roadsides. And we could start a massive cleanup project. We're actually going to be starting it this afternoon. And it's going to be with a group of little kids from the age of probably 5 or 6 all the way up to primary school. Come and say hi to Michelle. And hi everyone, this is take 2. I'm back again. Sorry about that. That's what happens when you're trying to be a roving reporter in the third world. I ran out of my Wi-Fi data. So just to go back to what I was talking about, I'm in Zimbabwe and I'm implementing a social impact project in my community, which is going to be centered around empowering little kids to raise money for their own school fees by cleaning up the community. Now, I showed a little bit earlier the trash that has accumulated in Zimbabwe, in particular plastic waste. Because our municipalities are no longer collecting trash, you will find that in every neighborhood there is piles and piles and piles of trash everywhere. And it is just absolutely heartbreaking to see the litter. The community is failing to keep up with any of the plastic waste that's generated in our communities. And the vision that I have is going to be implemented by my nephew, Tapiwa. This is my nephew, Tapiwa, who's based here in Zimbabwe. Say hi to everyone.
Hi, everyone.
So Tapiwa is going to be spearheading a project, galvanizing all the young children in the community, and we're going to start this afternoon. And we will collect all of this plastic waste. For example, a lot of the juice bottles come in sizes like this. This is some of the trash and litter that you will find absolutely everywhere, all over our community. And the incentive is to get the kids to collect plastic waste, fill every single bottle with excess plastics that they can find in the community. We're going to use the plastics to build a little primary school, and we're going to build a library in this community. So all of you know that my passion is around education, and in particular educating kids back here in Africa to get them out of poverty, because that's the way that I became successful. I was given a very good education by my parents. But this is a luxury that not most children get to have. So if you tune in later, I'll be doing another live video in about 5-6 hours time, where I'm going to bring together the group of children that you saw last week. They're going to bring their friends, and we're going to do a drive this afternoon just to clean up the immediate environment around my mom's house, and you will see the amount of trash that we will collect. We're starting the project. Every child has to fill a sack of bottled plastic waste filled with plastic papers and wrappings, and we are going to use those plastic to build a bottle school and a bottle library. We're going to try and recycle all of the waste in this community and show people how to actually use the plastic waste to produce product that can be sold as well. So I'll be back in touch with all of you later today, but I just wanted to share this with all of you so you understand what the HerStory conference is about. The HerStory conference is not just a conference to bring women together. Yes, we're coming together. Yes, we're sharing our stories, but our vision and our passion is to have a social impact in every single location where we have a presence. Zimbabwe is one of them. We're going to be having our first Zimbabwe conference in the Victoria Falls in either December or January next year. We're busy locking down the dates, so I invite you to come. I invite you to be part of this movement. Our trip to Zimbabwe will take you to a community that exists on the equivalent of 30 US cents a month. You will get to experience what it is to be African. You will help in the community. You will help me build a library, and you will help me build a clinic. We will spend 10 days in that community, and then we will go to the Victoria Falls. You will have a 5-day safari. We will go on a game drive, walking with the lions. It is a fascinating trip. And then we end the trip with the HerStory conference, the first one in Africa, right here in Zimbabwe. So if you haven't registered to speak and you're sitting on the fence thinking, why should I join these crazy women? This is what the conference is about. It's about social impact. It's about us making a difference, helping our sisters in the developing world while we sit in the developed world. We can reach out and create a bridge through this conference and make a massive difference. It costs 15 Zimbabwe dollars to send a child to school for one term of education. That is 60 Zimbabwean dollars a year. If you convert that to US dollars, you divide it by 10. $6 is all that's needed to send a little child to primary school in Zimbabwe. But a lot of kids are not going to school. Most communities cannot afford $6 a year. I'm reiterating this so you can really see the impact that we can make as women around the world in helping educate children who are born in situations where their parents cannot afford to send them to school. Please help me. Please come on board. I've been doing this for the last 20 years. But now I need an army. I need an army of women who care, who want to help, who want to make a difference. So I'll be back in touch with you later this afternoon and I will share another video. Thank you for tuning in. We are Delise. I know you're in the UK. Congratulations, I saw your wedding. Sujata, I'm not sure where you're based. Please put your location in the chat. Coral, thank you for tuning in. Coral May, tell me where you're based. Tisha in the UK, you're our chairperson in the UK. We've got Madeleine Black, one of our speakers in the UK. Sue Corkkill, you are in Leuven in New Zealand. Please come to the HerStory conference in Wellington and be a part of this movement. Maxine, another chairperson in the UK. Tanya, you're my good friend in Melbourne, Australia. You're also going to be speaking at the conference. Nyara, I think you're based in Tanzania or Kenya. Kylie, all of you, thank you for tuning in. Thank you for being a part of this movement. This is what the HerStory conference is about. This is what the HerStory circle is about. I'll tune back in again with you. If you haven't registered to speak, the website is the HerStoryCircle.com. HerStoryCircle.com. Please share this video and help me make a difference. Bye for now.
So that was filmed in 2018, just before COVID. We were planning our first Africa conference and never got to do it. Now, with this pandemic, Africa is in a worse position than during the AIDS pandemic. The levels of poverty, people are selling their children just for food. The Zimbabwean government has lowered the age to marry off a girl to 14. Child brides, kids are being married to men who are 60, 70 years old. So we are a group of Zimbabwe women advocating to bring down or to bring up the age to marry off a girl to 18. There's no way a child of 12, 11 can bear a child. Most of these kids are dying during childbirth. Sorry.
The situation is just appalling, and there's so much that we don't hear about it, and it needs to be brought to the attention of the world. And it's not just there, it's in other countries like Uganda. I have a sponsor child that I found on Facebook, believe it or not, from 30 years ago. I hear everything that's happening there at the moment too. And, you know, there needs to be a voice, and this is one where women do talk. Women do talk, don't we? So we can share this information and we can network, and we're really actually brilliantly born to do that. So, and with all the social media channels now as well, we can get out there and put our knowledge of what's happening to hundreds, thousands, millions of people. So
Thank you, Belinda. There's a lot of work to be done in the world right now. And I think our movement can really make...
Well, an army of women is exactly what you need.
Yeah. So the next little video is short. Sorry, Terry, did you want to say something?
No. I was just, there's everywhere needs help, and if it's going to be done, it's probably going to be the women that will make the difference, most likely, because we will get it done.
That's the thing, Terry. We are trying to wake up every woman in every city, in every town, to look around in her environment and say, what can I do to make a difference? How can I uplift another woman? How can I help a child who's disadvantaged? The help is needed everywhere. It doesn't matter where you look.
And
now
Belinda,
the next video.
Belinda know I am from Indiana in the U.S.
Right. Awesome.
So we need help everywhere. Yes.
Yeah. So we'll finish off today with the continuation of this video. It's a short little video of the kids in action, helping me collect all of the trash in the neighborhood. We had made sure that we gave them something to eat beforehand. The eagerness, the joy to have the opportunity to go to school is what we managed to capture in this video. And for me, the difference between these kids and myself is education. I see myself in these kids. This is the environment I was born in. Just fortunate to have two parents who gave me an education and did everything they could to get me to where I am. So this is what we'll finish off today. We'll have a little catch up before we end the day. Hi, everybody. It's Gertrude. I'm back. The children have had something to eat. We've selected the older kids to do the work. And so this is what we're going to do. We're going to give them gloves so they keep their hands clean. Just one glove each. No, right-handed. Gloves rakho chisiya mabooks enyu mabook ananyorwa ngati maise paside ndoti maoko enyu awe free handiti collecta mabooks
nevari kuno vakapedza
musauya zvenyu unotorerwa nhaika right magloves aya one wesa yamai makamira zvenyu kauya ndikupai ndainokusere Mikaeli peka gloves yakho roko wani
uyana usho
tinonga maplastic ese atinoona akadai so naika so I'm just telling the kids I'm telling the kids that we're going to collect all the plastic waste and you fill the bottle with plastic. Did you say my plastic? My plastic esa murkonaya anofana kutsokerwa umanditi. Chigozara. This has to be full of plastic. So the kids are now just collecting plastics as I'm standing here. This one is too big. Right. You get a stick. Asi izvi tichazoita chii takagara pasi iko zvine zvishambisa marara mutsaga chete handiti asi kana tazodzoka unenge uchitsokera chii plastic riya muchigubhu handiti. So we fill this bottle with plastic and then you throw it into your sack. But right now we're just going to collect the plastic, then come back and sit down and start filling this. These will be used as bricks to build a library in this community. So we're cleaning up the environment, but we're going to build a library.
Mirai. Sorry. Samanya. Ngomsana nonke ma-pampers.
Cycle. So I need to give right. So now I need to show the kids what they really need to pick up. Some of them have picked up plastic waste that we can't recycle. So I need to give them an example of what they're looking for. And I'm basically saying get the bottles that are still intact. That way we can put plastics inside them and fill them up. We can't recycle this. We will clean this up eventually, but for now we want to pick all the viable plastic bottles around. And this is what we're going to use to build a library right here in this community. So, I thank you all for tuning in. Magrobes aya chengetaya nditi. Magrobes anodura. Momageza nemvura. So wash this. Keep it at home anditi mochanga kumba. Kana mapa kuchikoro. Mune time mapeza ma homework enyu. Tora saka rakwa. Mopona mchifamba mese munomu. Musafambe buri mega anditi. Munyaso taurirana kuti chenda tiri 2 3 kana mama kana nemwe munhu anokwanisa kuprojecta here nditi zvingozokuvara ndizvo musapinde musango munogona kurumwa nenyoka anditi. So I'm basically saying for safety's sake, don't do this alone. The kids will do this with a member of the community who will walk with them so that they're safe. I don't want them going into the bush because we have snakes. And some of these kids are really young, so safety is a big issue. But again, they're going to keep the glove that I gave them and recycle it. And once it's actually broken, we will replace it. Okay, good. Kana tsaga ilazara. Kana razara ili. Chawana $15. Inoenda ku school fees yako. Muzvinzwisisa? So once this sack is full, each child will get 15 Zimbabwean dollars. And it's the equivalent of $1.50 US. Divided by 10. Now, to send a child to school in Zimbabwe, it costs 60 Zimbabwean dollars a term. We have 3 terms, which is $45, which is really the equivalent of $4.50 a term. So for under $20 US, a child can go to Zimbabwe to school for 1 year. So please, if any of you are inspired with what I'm trying to do, support me. I'm going to start a scholarship fund.
We've given every single child a book, and if they make some extra money, we're happy to give that money to their caregivers, to their parents, so they can buy food as well. All through recycling plastic and cleaning up our environment. Thank you, thank you, thank you so much for tuning in. This is what the Her Story Circle is about. We're trying to have a social impact wherever we have a presence. Reina, I know you're coming to the conference to Las Vegas. Thank you for being on the call. Rita, I see you're back again.
So that was the end of that collection, the first drive. And hopefully we will go back and implement this project. I've just met an inventor from Ghana who has been using plastic waste to build houses. So they are collecting plastic, they mix it with sand and turn it into bricks. And they are making houses in Ghana with recycled plastic waste. So we were trying to see if we can collaborate with him and bring him to Zimbabwe so that we can really make a big difference, cleaning up our environment and building schools and libraries as well. So very, very exciting.
That was awesome. Can you translate that song for me? Because it seems like it was such a happy song. They were just
They're saying, "Todada naye Mwari," we're very proud of God for the miracle He's creating. Yeah, that's exactly what the translation, the literal translation was.
And they will
That's
be
it.
missing you now because the project was started, but of course COVID has intervened. So, they will be missing your presence and wondering what's happened. So they'll be so much older next time you see them.
They'll be 2 years older, or 3 years older. I get to go home in August. I'm going to see my mother's grave for the first time. So I lost mom in 2020. I haven't even seen where she's buried. And I'll reconnect with these kids in this community in August this year. So hopefully by then we will pull off something big. And the vision was there's a group of musicians coming out of New Jersey who are coming to help me build a music school in Zimbabwe. And we are trying to encourage people from all over the world to come on this trip through my company, which is called Walk on the Wild Side Tours. I created this company in 2007 when it got really hard to fundraise. So I created a for-profit business that takes people to Africa for 15 days. The first 10 days you get to spend in a village, in a community that has no electricity, no running water. You get to experience what it is to be African. It does come with a fear factor disclaimer. It is a life-changing trip. I've had people come 5, 6 times. Then the last 5 days of the trip is all 5-star. We go to the Victoria Falls. We go whitewater rafting, bungee jumping off the highest bridge in Africa. We work with a lion conservation project that is rehabilitating orphaned lions that have had their mothers killed due to poaching. So there's a farmer in Victoria Falls who takes these little lion cubs, rears them in captivity. But you get to go for a walk in the bush with 15 live grown lions. I have done it once, will never do it again. Although they're tame, in quotes, it is the most frightening experience I've ever had. There's a whole protocol on how you walk with the lions. You have to be 1.3 meters tall. If you're a small human, you can't do that walk because lions can sense vulnerability in small adults. But it is a life-changing trip. And that's how we were raising money for Africa Thrive, was through a for-profit business. And we're calling it symbiotic tourism, where people are not just coming to Africa to see the sights, but are coming to leave a part of themselves with the community. So if you are a teacher, you work with our teachers in the school. If you are a nurse, you help us set up the clinics. If you're a farmer, you help with the agricultural projects we're starting. So we're looking for that transfer of knowledge between people in the Western world, those in the developing countries, so we can really bring these communities up. So that's another exciting little project. I'll probably share that tomorrow. I will put together a video of the visuals of the last trip we did. Our first 3 guests helped us raise 55,000 US dollars. They were all women from New Zealand. They were not wealthy. I just said to them, if I show you how to make $15,000, would you come with me? And they said yes. And we raised the money by creating the Africa-inspired gala dinner, where they would sell 100 tickets at $150 a ticket. And I would show up as the gourmet chef for the night. So my mother used to have restaurants, and I grew up cooking African food. And so I went to Tauranga, we went to Auckland, we went to Timaru. That's where these 3 ladies were from. And they had each sold 100 tickets. They had found a venue that we could self-cater. I cooked the food. We brought in African musicians, and we raised $55,000 the very first year I launched that business, just with the help of 3 women. So that is something I have a passion to continue. So if anybody wants to come, don't let money be a limitation. We will show you how to make the money to come on these trips as well. So we will end
so many balls in the air, Gertrude.
Too many. Now I need to start giving some of the balls to other people to run with.
You do. You need help. You need help, and you need to work out how to do it. I think we need to have a summit on how to help sort all your things, because they're all very worthwhile projects. So yes.
Yeah, we're going to start with the lowest hanging fruit first. The things we can do quickly and easily that can generate a lot of money, and kind of have a phased approach as we attack each and every single project. And you are right, we do need to have a summit on how to
yes, to move forward
all of this.
Yes.
Yeah, and we are going to be co-creating all of this, ladies. This is not my thing, it is ours. I appreciate all of the input, the ideas. I've met some phenomenal women who've taught me how to fundraise. The idea to build the library came from a very young girl from Boston, USA. I had spoken at a university in Cambridge. She was 23 years old at the time. There was about 3,000 people in the audience, but she was the only person who waited to talk to me in person at that conference. And she started crying. Her name is Alexandra Venegas. And she said to me, Gertrude, I want to help you, but I do not have money. And I said, Alex, the fact that you waited for 3,000 people to leave means you've got a gift for me. And I believe we're going to work together in some way. So if you pray on it. If you meditate, just tap in deep inside you. There is a solution. I kept in touch with this young girl. About 3 months later, the professor who invited me to lecture at that university called me and said, Gertrude, you will not believe what Alex has done. So she was a single mom, had her first baby when she was 15. She had 3 kids and was just trying to get her first degree. So she came up with an idea to put bins in every single lecture theater on campus. And she will tell the professors to tell any students who had children to give away any books they no longer needed. And in 90 days, she collected 15,000 books that helped me build the first library in Zimbabwe. One little girl in the US, African American, didn't have money, but she had an idea that helped us. I went further and used her idea to collect books for children. I would give lectures and talks in primary schools in Wellington. I would do an assembly presentation. And when I got to each school, the principal would tell the kids to bring any books they didn't want. And just before COVID, I managed to fill a 40-foot container. I collected 65,000 books in 90 days.
So Belinda, my container is sitting in the harbor in Seaview. It's been sitting there for the last 2 years.
Oh
So
my
because of
goodness.
COVID, I couldn't ship. So that's another project. We need to get those books to Africa. I ended up getting 200 computers donated by a bank when they were getting rid of their old computers, so we can start a computer lab in this village as well. So I have hundreds of these small little projects started and not finished. COVID really knocked us back in a big way, but I think we're going to go back and really take on all these projects going forwards.
Well, while you're a keyboard warrior in Wellington, maybe you can follow the CV one up.
Yes, I actually intend to go down there and start getting quotes on the shipping costs. We decided not to ship during COVID because the shipping tariffs were very high.
Yeah.
The quote I had got before COVID was about 17,000 to get the container to Africa. But during COVID, it was almost like $45,000-$50,000. So we thought we'll just leave it there for a while.
Yeah.
And the idea with the container is that I actually bought a secondhand container. The Zimbabwean government has blocked me from building a clinic in my village for the last 20 years. People are dying of HIV-related diseases in 2022 because of poverty and politics. So our government did not win in our district. They lost the election. So the new regime has punished the community from getting the free AIDS drugs that World Health is distributing in Zimbabwe. The drugs are available 40 kilometers away. It costs $2 to get on the bus at the end of each month to get free medication, and people don't have $2. So people are dying of HIV-related diseases when the medication is available for free 40 kilometers away. So we were going to refurbish the container into the first clinic. Once we empty out the books, the container goes in as a Trojan horse, that I'm building a library because I have permission from the government to work in education, but not healthcare. But once we empty out the books from the library, we are going to refurbish that container into a clinic. So the container has got a double value to it.
Awesome.
Yeah. So thank you so much, ladies, for being here, holding space for all of these amazing stories today. And thank you to everybody who's tuned in and listened from all over the world. Terry, for facilitating. You are such a quick start in everything you have done with me so far. You're literally going to be the training manager now for StreamYard, in case you didn't know. But, and Belinda, it's awesome to have you as part of the tribe, part of the army we're building to bring
Thank you
this
so
to
much.
reality.
Yeah.
We'll be back again tomorrow, everybody, 7 a.m. in New Zealand, 9 a.m. in Sydney, Australia. What was it for you, Terry? 1 p.m.?
2 p.m.?
2 p.m.
No,
Central Time.
it's 5 a.m.
Central.
in Sydney.
Oh,
So
it was 5
you
for you,
started
7
at
for me.
5
Oh,
a.m. So
yeah,
very
yeah.
early for Sydney.
So we caught you first thing in the morning, Belinda. Thank you for waking up that early.
What
All
time
right,
is it in
everybody.
Indiana?
It is, we start at 2 p.m. in
Right.
Indiana.
Oh, so
We're
that's
on
a civilized
Central.
time.
We're on Central
That's a,
time.
yes.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
the
Well,
reason
lovely
why
to
we
meet
picked
you,
New
Terry.
Zealand time, Belinda, is because 7 a.m. in New Zealand, it's 8 p.m. in the UK, 8
Yep.
p.m. in most countries in Africa. It's still daytime in the US. It's kind of a sweet spot, except
Yes.
for Australia, of course. But
Yes.
if anybody's inspired, they can wake up and join us later in the morning.
Yeah.
So this is awesome. Okay, everybody, we'll be back tomorrow. Have a fantastic day, morning, or evening, wherever you are in the world. Thank you, ladies.
Thank you.
Okay. Blessings. Thank you.